No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. Argument's an intellectual process. Contradiction is just the automatic gainsaying of anything the other person says.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Not at all.
No, look.
Thank you.
Back in the saddle again. Live from Reno, Nevada. The biggest little city in the world. This is the Irrational Male. This is a normal girl. Is Janet Yellen? Is this the type of girl you would like to see on Access Vegas? You guys keep telling me I need to get normal girls on. So, I'm trying to find like where the tolerance level is set. Is she normal? You know what's funny is I throw this out there as a thumbnail, and I knew this would happen. Everybody becomes an expert on like the Federal Reserve. No, today's show is not about the Federal Reserve. Stop it. Stop. No, absolutely not. Switch. Yo, there we go. You guys are going to love this one. I had to start with this one. This is too good.
Kid.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is my daughter in your way?
Whoa, that's your daughter?
Yeah.
You look too young to be a dad.
Well, that's what happens when you take too many shots in the first date.
You're so funny, so funny.
Well, we're off to see The Little Mermaid.
I also love mermaids. What are the odds?
Sorry again for bothering you.
Think of me. I'll be thinking of you.
What?
What?
Lucky they are when a girl actually likes them. Like, do you know how many unanswered texts I have in my phone from men who I take literal days, if not weeks, to respond to? Do you know that the fact I'm responding to you the same business day is a privilege? I don't think they do. I don't think they know.
Emotional damage. For keeping our marriage hot.
Hot?
Yeah.
Hot.
Hot.
You've mentioned many times that we have sex every day. Just one. But I think when we really started doing that, you started doing some things that kind of helped out with little things like loading the dishwasher, putting the kids to bed, doing the little things that kind of took care of me. You realize that really paid off.
Yeah, so what she's saying is that Mama was ready to hand out treats. Guys, listen to me, it took me a long time. I really didn't help out around the house. I'd go and throw my shoes in. I didn't want to do the dishes. And literally I went in, I started doing these things, putting the kids to bed, making sure that the sink was clean, letting her go take a good shower. Boom, I would come into the bedroom and oh, shoot, the magic was happening.
The thing is, and now you're looking for stuff to do, which is really crazy.
I'm looking to get everything dirty.
It does help, actually. A lot of people take that for granted and they don't really can appreciate that. But as women, we take on a lot of like the dirty little tasks that people overlook.
So if you want her to get super dirty, get
dirty.
clean.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
I like that.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
By men need monogamy
because they wanted to. The average, was it because the average man wanted to have a beautiful woman?
No.
Why was it?
No, monogamy is necessary because if you give women if you say we're going to develop a polygamous community, what will happen is what the women will do, because women, we are genetically wired to want to procreate with the biggest, strongest, richest man. This is embedded in us. It's nothing anyone could play God to say that I'm not like that. Yes, you are, sis. God made you that way. And it's for a reason. It's how you keep the human race going. Not all men are meant to be carried on. Some are meant to die out in their lifetime.
What kind of car would you want to be picked up in?
A Lambo. Lamborghini.
Honestly,
I think men are having a harder time, which is why people like Andrew Tate popped up. And people like my dad.
And I'm not a great admirer of pimps.
You don't know what you do to me. Your body right speaks to
Really wild. It has just been revealed that the owner of OnlyFans paid himself a staggering $1.3 million per day in 2022. And because he is still the sole shareholder of the entire company, over the last 3 years, he has paid himself close to $1 billion. OnlyFans itself, which has just 53 employees, made a whopping $1.1 billion in revenue, which hypothetically, if equally split, works out at more than $20 million per employee. The amount of money people spent on OnlyFans in 2022 was, you ready for this? $5.6 billion. And because creators get to keep 80% of money spent by subscribers, that means OnlyFans creators as a whole got paid $4.4 billion in a year alone.
Sleep with somebody that we're not attracted to. We don't care if you're nice, listen, if a sexy guy is sleeping on his mom's couch and he's got game and he's sexy, a woman will sleep with him. She won't friend zone him, but she'll friend zone a nice guy who does all the right things and she's not sexually attracted to. She'll take your money, she'll take your time, and then she'll tell you goodbye.
Men all the time. I hate to say it, but it's not. And women, we lack accountability where relationship is concerned because we argue based off of how we feel. Or I feel like niggas sitting up here telling us real logic. Listen, this is black, this is white. And you sitting up there telling a nigga how you feel. Well, I don't feel like that. I feel like it's gray because when you look at it from this way and this way, you're trying to create all these different scenarios to justify you being right. How you feel, to justify your feelings. You feel invalidated, insignificant when you're not right, when you're not in control, when it's a disagreement. You can't handle any type of disagreement, being told no, any type of rejection. You know, you become passive aggressive, angry, you shut down, don't talk for days. All of that is manipulative.
Sorry to end on such a dark note. I didn't load the videos in the order that I wanted them to. So if that came off as a little bit of black humor at the end there, yeah. You know, what's funny is I watched that. These are all, by the way, thank you everybody for sending me clips and everything else. You guys helped me with this show just as much as anything else. But so somebody sent me that clip and it was like, I remember as far back as I think it was like 2012, 2014, somewhere around there. And there was an ABC commercial television, ABC. It's funny, I even have to say that now. A documentary, or it was like a 2020 thing where they did exactly that same experiment. They had a couple of actors in a park, in a well-traveled like community park somewhere. And there's an actor and an actress, and they did exactly the same thing. One was the man, and the guy wasn't particularly like yoked out or anything. Didn't look like he was like super like, you know, muscular, like beat her down or anything like that. But they're having this argument on a park bench, and I actually use it as an essay, a video that I sort of riffed on in an essay at one point. And it's fascinating to me because it's not so much, I think a lot of people think that that is like solely the result or the product of like society, but long story short, when the man was sort of acting like he was assaulting the woman, everyone jumped out of the way. Every guy came to her defense. Every guy wanted to just lay a beat down on that guy, right? And then when the roles were switched and it was the woman that was beating the man, there was no police were called, no authorities were called. In fact, there's even video, because it's like I'm a hidden camera, right? There's even video of women going by and they're going, yeah, like the one of the girls later. And then what happened is they went and they got the people who had walked by and had watched this happen and as part of the documentary, and they interviewed them and they said, why did you not stop to help out the guy who was getting just as beat down as the reverse of the, you know, when they were flipping the script? And every single woman and most of the men involved said they thought that he deserved it. So I find it fascinating that when you flip that script there, it's very much like that hidden camera one. In fact, that guy had to like point. He's like, no, the camera's over here. It's a social experiment. Please don't like break my jaw. And it was just
it was an interesting social experiment. And you see these things come up over and over and over again. I might replay a couple of these. I had to be careful of that one too, because there's some like background music in it, and so I was trying to like slow it down and everything, just so I don't get a strike, or well, a strike, but I get a copyright halt on my show. Yeah, well, is that true though? Like, here's the thing: is like when we see the beta guy getting beat down, like what if you didn't see, what if he wasn't some weesh kind of spaghetti armed guy who looks like a stereotypical beta getting beat down? What if it was like a bigger dude? I think that if the guy is actually like more imposing, like he's like taller and he's like broad, like he's yoked or whatever, I think, and the woman is like beating on him, right? I think that like passerbys would probably be more apt to like report that and call it 911, right? Because the potential is that if she keeps beating on this guy, he's going to retaliate. And there's nothing like, especially most guys aren't going to be able to retaliate against a guy who's like 6'2" and like, built like a house. And maybe that would like prompt them to call. But you can even see in that video how men who were passing by wanted to actually beat the dude, the guy who was getting like abused by the woman. There was other people who were like, yeah, get her, sis, and then there was the guys who actually wanted to participate in smacking the guy. And I think what happens, and this is going to get into a part of a topic. We got a lot of work to do today, guys, children. But I have a lot of actual topics today. Guilty. That's not.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
I have a lot of topics to get to today. We're going to get back to some nuts and bolts. I think that today's theme really is I want to address this concern. We're back to concern trolling. As I said, in the end of the year show for Rule 0, that you would not recognize the Manosphere by August. Well, I think we're there and then some. But what I'm going to give you right now is sort of an early prognostication here is as we get into the TRADCON, GriftCon going forward, you're going to see all these people try to throw the red pill under the bus and whatever, But one of the more common, and by the way, I've heard this like since, gosh, I don't know, probably 15 years going now, is the Manosphere and the red pill are just feminism for guys. Only the way I heard it originally was MRA, the men's rights activists. Those guys, that's just feminism for guys, right? Or MGTOWs, that's just feminism for guys. The black pill, that's just feminism for guys. The red pill, that's just feminism for guys. You're not original. Go get new material, TRADCONS. Seriously, I can go back as far back as like 2012, 2015, 2014, 2015, and I can find very similar, there are variations on a theme, put it that way. And today I'm going to, by the end of today's show, I'm going to convince you that they're full of shit. Because this is just repackaged, rehashed, same script, same narrative, because we're coming back around into that freaking, election cycle here in the United States. Sorry, rest of the world, you're going to have to suffer. It's like the United States gets a cold or gets a fever and everybody else gets a cold or whatever, sneezes and then everybody else gets a cold, right? That's how it's going to work out. Sorry, not sorry. Well, actually, maybe I am actually genuinely sorry for this because you guys have to deal with the bullshit that happens here. I'm going to try my damnedest to stay on top of these today. Just saw your podcast with Rudyard. Oh, huge fan of both of y'all and excited to see the crossover between the two audiences. Yeah, that was with, I believe that was with Jason Hartman, my good friend, Jason Hartman. And thanks for watching. Sometimes I like do like I'm at the point right now where I'm doing like so many shows that I'm like, oh, Rudder, and then it dawns on me, and I didn't even realize people were watching it, and then they come over here and check things out. The Jim Sexton show is just like phenomenal. It's over 100,000 views right now, which is a big deal for me. And just climbing. We do have Jim Sexton lined up to come out to Vegas. Me and Mike are going to do like an interview of him similar to what we did with Richard Reeves. If he wants to be on Access Vegas, he's more than invited to be the male guest on Access Vegas. So, let's see what we can do here. Rollo, according to the red pill, okay, women are parasites. Is that pretty accurate? No, it's not, and that's not according to the red pill. Who is saying that? What's your name? MR. Where are you hearing that? Where is that coming from? Please tell me. Please. According to the red pill. According to who in the red pill? And maybe you're not trying to troll me or flame me or anything like that. That's fine. I get it. But according to who? Where are you hearing that? Whenever I get questions like this, if I'm having to deal with people, like if I'm in a debate or if I'm talking to people or whatever, hell, half the time when I'm watching people who are supposed to be, so-called authorities on the manosphere, and they make, sweeping statements like that, they usually mean me or Myron and Fresh. If that's the case, then I can very easily debunk that. According to the black pill, yeah. According to MGTOW, well, the most extreme end of MGTOW, they probably have said that on more than a few occasions. Are they parasites? No, not necessarily. Some are, maybe. And then by parasite, what do you mean? Like, you want to go and make statements like that, you're going to really have to qualify stuff, because if I can't, if I can't see that, oh, we got a new member. Hey, thank you very much. So just some guy. Thomas V. With respect, it's pretty obvious that a normal woman, what a normal woman is. No, it's not. It's what should be normal. It's what should be normal. Okay. Most women should be in shape, not have psychological damage. Wait, I got the new sound drop. Thank you very much for this one.
Emotional damage.
Yeah. Not have psychological problems and be feminine. That should be the norm. Yeah. And a body fat percentage within normal tolerance might be a step in the right direction as well. Yeah. I'll tell you what's funny is every time I talk to, every now and then, Aaron Clary, Captain Capitalism, in case you wondered where his nickname Cappy came from. He'll throw out like these old pictures from like the 60s and the 70s, and he'll go, what do you see? What do you first notice about this picture? And it's like Venice Beach or Santa Monica or something like that in like the late 60s, early 70s. And the first thing everybody says is, well, everyone's thin. For the most part, like all the women were certainly thin. Yeah, what should be normal? I tell you what's funny, Thomas, is I'm of the opinion right now that normal in the online age, well, the social media age right now, is not what normal is for other people. Like, you are going to have to really show me what you think. I had we did a really great Access Vegas show on Thursday, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I thought it was really great. Every now and then, like sometimes I have expectations for shows, and I didn't know what to expect with this one, and it actually turned out like a really good conversation. I think we're going to get some really good clips out of it too. So no, you don't have to watch the full 3 hours, but if you do, I think you'll, at the very least, you'll be entertained and engaged for most of it. And no, there wasn't a lot of crosstalk on this one, which was great, because I was trying to direct traffic a little bit better. I'm well aware of that, but when you put that many women in that enclosed a space and then they all have an opinion, I'll tell you what, here's the best shows that we do on Access Vegas. I've sort of figured this out from doing this for a while now. The best shows that we have is when we have women come in there and they don't know what to expect. Like, they've never seen Fresh and Fit in their life. They don't know anything about the Manosphere. They're complete like red pill, Manosphere virgins, right? They've never encountered any of this. But then when the topic comes up, oh boy, are they ready to say something? So that's what I'm looking for. If I have someone who is well aware of Myron Fresh or our show or this show for that matter, or whatever podcast or whatever, like most of the women that we have on Access Vegas are not like watching red pill podcasts, so, which I think is one of the strengths of the show, actually. So when women are hearing this for the first time, like they'll know about like how Leonardo DiCaprio was knocking it out with Nina Agdal, and they'll know all the gossipy shit from was it Logan Paul or what, or I don't know, Caitlyn, whatever, Caitlyn Jenner, whatever the fuck it is, the Kardashians. They know everything about the Kardashians, but they don't know anything about this. But when we start launching into these topics, that's when they really they perk up, and that's when we have good shows, and that's what we were getting into on that show. So anyways, getting back to your Thomas, thank you for this. This was actually a pretty decent show starter here. The deal with, God damn it, man, I keep having my super chats ever since we upgraded to the new StreamYard. Like the super chats are way slow, like showing up. I had the same problem with Miguel and Charlie on last night's show. But anyways, the respect, that obviously is a normal woman. Well, I got into the habit of whenever I fly in and out of Las Vegas, I will purposely, put my phone away for a little while, and I just do a little bit of people watching. Those are normal people. When you walk from TSA to wherever your gate is, wherever your plane is going to, pick you up, put your phone away and like deliberately do this. I have to say that, by the way, because when I'm walking from TSA to my gate, everyone is like this. Everyone is just, while they're walking. It's a miracle that they don't like bump into each other more often than they actually do. So anyways, when I started doing that, I'm like, these are normal people, and all of them are overweight. All of them, like men, are the average size, which is our average height, 5'9", or somewhere between 5'8" and maybe 5'10". And then most of them are overweight. A lot of them are morbidly obese. Would be clinic, and I'm not saying that to step on anybody's fifis, but they would clinically be defined as morbidly obese. And they're not watching shows like this, and they've never read The Rational Male, and they're just going about their everyday normal lives. Those are normal people. So when I do a show like I did for Access Vegas, or when I did, like, for instance, on Friday, yes, if you haven't seen my Instagram, I was at Wet Republic's bikini contest finals. It was the end of the summer bikini finals. I went out there was with Mike Sartain out there. And I love the comments that I got. In fact, I think I might, if you guys want me to, I think I might read some of the comments from the pictures that I posted, right? Because they're kind of spicy, and I think it might make for some interesting conversations. But anyways, there a lot of the guys were saying, well, those girls they're not hot. Why don't you put some girls on there who don't have fake boobs or have lip injections or like Brazilian butt lifts or whatever else? And I'm like, you wouldn't watch any show if there were normal girls on there. Because those normal girls, the average normal girl is the girl you see going from TSA to your gate. That's a normal girl. You won't watch that show. You'll watch a show where there's a girl with gigantic circus tits, and she's got, lip injections, and it's the Kardashianification of the world. You'll watch that show. You'll watch the Ratchet 304s on Fresh and Fit. If I got the average normal, body weight, body height, whatever it is, if I got that girl on there, you would turn it off. You wouldn't care. And I'll tell you what's funny is also, the more a woman, whether she's gorgeous or she's average, the more that woman agrees with what you think a normal woman should say, or aligns her views and her perspectives, her outlook, her worldview with yours, the more likely you are to turn it off. Because that's not going to keep you engaged, man. You're like, okay, well, this is fun. Okay, great, thanks. But you're not going to watch. You're not going to reward that show with like $500 super chats. Trust me on that. And I hate to be the ringmaster in the circus in this, but again, you got to remember that Access Vegas is not this show. This is where we get the real world. This is where we go to work, right here, children. But when I go and I'm doing Access Vegas, it's almost a similar social psychological experiment as that video I just showed you, where the woman is getting the beat down or the man is getting the beat down, and what's the response and what's the reaction to that. We just look at it in a more like kind of a smaller scale, because we're not even, it's not like, something where it's a woman and man beating each other up, but it's the idea, what your preconceptions are. Because if you're of the mindset of sort of traditional conservatism, and you think that the red pill is all about feminism, or it's the male version, it's the other flip side of the coin, right? It's there are two sides of the same coin. There's feminism, and then there's the red pill on the other side. No, there's not, and I'm going to prove that to you today. However, the want for that, or the basis of that sort of like premise, I guess, is that it's really fundamentally founded on social constructionism. Because if feminism is one side of the coin and red pill is the other side of the coin, then we have to find some way to make comparisons or draw parallels. Maybe that's a better way to put it. And those parallels simply don't exist, because the red pill focuses, if any red pill creator worth his salt focuses on evolutionary biology, evolutionary psychology, sociology, anthropology, fucking brain endocrinology, neurological, brain chemistry, brain architecture. I think about all of the subfields that the red pill kind of depends on. All those subfields that everybody thinks you have some sort of master's degree in every single one of those. And if you don't, then you got no business giving out advice. Okay. No, that's not what we are. We're a freaking praxeology, and we're not a movement. We're not a philosophy. We're not a religion. We're not a cult. We're not a belief set. But especially when it comes to TRADCONS and conservative mindsets. And by the way, it's only going to get amplified that much more, probably starting November of this year. And by the time we get to March, that's when we will be in full swing. You want the entertainment, you want your entertainment value dollars in the election cycle. That's when you're going to get the best bang for your buck, right around March through maybe June. Something's coming, and I'm already seeing the ramp up. I'm already seeing the build up for it. This is when everybody gets to talk about their pet issues. And one of those pet issues happens to be the red pill that has been their bread and butter right up until now. So yeah, we're going to get the flamethrower out, and sometimes friendly fire happens. Oh, is this, did this actually happen? Hey, Rollo, that Jasmine Jafar chick was the girl I said came with the stats on Fresh and Fit when I asked you to do a day show with Myron for a couple weeks ago. Apparently, she's a lawyer turned OnlyFans thought. Well, yeah, that does not surprise me in the least, my friend. Not one bit. Well, and okay, AVM, where's she getting those stats? She just has some casual interest. Hey, you know what? I don't want to be a lawyer anymore. I think I'm going to go and yes, don't go look up Jasmine Jafar on Twitter. Don't do it. I am not telling you to do that. You should absolutely not do that. You should not do that. Because I'll tell you, don't do it at work. Definitely not safe for work. Don't do it with children, or hell, even your dogs around. They'll run it. You will emotionally scar. Wait. Emotional damage for your dogs. Will get emotional damage from watching Jasmine Jafar. Jasmine Jafar, Jesus. Couldn't you come up with something like better than like Aladdin? I don't know. How about Lilo and Stitch or some shit? If you're gonna pull a Disney movie like Moana, how about that? Can you do that? And again, what is it? Is it because Mia Khalifa left like pornography that like all these girls got to come in with like the no lens glasses, or it's like the Middle Eastern? Is that like a niche porn right now? It's like Middle Eastern chicks with glasses, the Mia Khalifa look. Because I'm starting to see some real trends going on here. I'm just gonna ask the obvious questions. Where are the stats coming from? I'll let you connect the dots. You probably already know where my dots have been connected, but I'll let you guys. You know what? I trust in the collective intelligence of my viewers. Where do you suppose those dots are coming from, or what those stats are coming from? Because they've been rattled off like almost verbatim by a lot of people that probably want me in jail. Hey, Rollo, great content. I was wondering if you could do a show on how women are into hybristophilia. Into is probably not the word I would use. If you don't know what hybristophilia is, I will spell it out for you. I think you did it right. HYBRISTOF or PHILIA. They are hybristophiles. Hybristophilia, I'm going to paraphrase here. Hybristophilia is the tendency or the attraction or the arousal of women by guys who are like dark triad guys. Like they are like convicted criminals. If you, for example, I'll give you an example here. You've got what is it? I'm trying to think of it. Oh, Nicholas Cruz is good. Oh, the Boston Marathon bomber guy, or Anders Breivik, or Richard Ramirez from back in the day. Night Stalker. That was back in the 80s. I remember because I lived in LA when that went down. And I was just as, because I was not anything like Red Pill back when that was happening. But I remember like there was women that would show up to the courthouse wherever Richard Ramirez happened to be, and they loved him. Like they wanted to be his wives. Like it wasn't that there was one that had like sort of like this weird twisted obsession. It was like he had a fan club and they all wanted conjugal visits. I'm like, you realize this guy is in jail for killing women just like you. Like, I mean, you fit the profile. That's hybristophilia. And there's the more extreme ones, the more extreme incidences. Now we have, the internet, so I think we have a little bit more awareness of it. But there's sort of differing levels of extremity to that. So it might just be women who are attracted to, like, say, the Tinder swindler. That could be a form of hybristophilia. But then there's hybristophilia of women who want to actually marry convicted criminals, rapists, yada, yada, who are on death row. And it only manifests in women. It does not manifest in men. There's no teenage fan clubs for like mass murder women who are mass murderers. And there are very few of them, right? But there are very few men who are like actively seeking out convicted criminals in the prison system. So I could do a full episode of that. Okay, my super chats are like falling apart here, so I'll just read them out. I'm not gonna put them on screen. Jonathan Vega, the normal for a woman is ever changing, but you can expect women to be women. Thank you very much. Thank you. What's funny is I did a show with Pat Campbell one time, and I think the title of the show was, what can you expect from women? And that's exactly the line that I came up with, was you can expect women to be women. So understand what you're getting yourself into. And I think that was one of the shows where it was pretty close to the time where I was coining the term, not, what was it? I think he was asking me about like why women lie or something like that. But, you can expect women to be women. That's when I coined the term, or just the phrase, I guess, that the red pill doesn't exist so that men will hate women. It exists so men will not hate women for what they can never be to them. That's the difference. And the reason why I'm even bringing that up at this stage right now is because that's going to kind of factor into the whole, TRADCONS are feminists and not the red pill. Like the whole idea that, the red pill would be the flip side or whatever of feminism. And it's an easy, stupidly easy way of sort of getting out of having any kind of conversation with guys, with anybody within the community, whatever it is. Okay. Did you know Mad says Paul Janko was 1 to 10 approaching. Thoughts on 2023? I am not familiar with what you're talking about. Did you know Mad was 110 approaching? 1 to 10? 110 approaching. Thoughts on 2023? Okay. Well, thanks for your help. Hey, thank you very much. You get the first one of these for the day, Marty Mart. Howdy, Rollo. Hey, class, just wanted to share a laugh. She's not your girl. It's just your turn. Yeah. That also yet another reason why you will not see. One of the things that I think that the sort of TRADCON, sort of moralists that are coming out. There's another term we've used in the past that I'm not going to use on this show because I don't want to get a strike. But the moralists, the red pill moralists, they're not even red pill really. They're just moralists or the traditional conservatives. That kind of mindset. Oh, it's moral degeneracy. We have to fight for more. Save the West. Save the Westers. Maybe we should call them that. But the reason why you will see them make up really easy, memorable, jingoistic, there's your vocabulary word, catchphrases that are easy to remember. The reason they'll throw those things out there is because it's easier to dismiss. And I'm going to tell you why it's easy to dismiss here in just a second. Hoop glasses replace hoop earrings, I guess. That was actually, that's pretty, you know what? You get one for that. That's pretty good. Amar Akhtar. By definition, parasites attach to the strongest host possible and thrive off of it. I'm well aware of what a parasite is. Until said host can no longer support it. They then move on to the next. I've read all your books and accepted this. Okay. Well, let me see if I can clarify a few things here for you. Do I think that women are parasites? No. Do I think that a lot of people in the red pill think that women are parasites? No. But I do think a god-awful lot of people in the black pill community and the more extreme ends of the MGTOW community, and yes, they are different, or incels, whatever we're calling them now. I think that's a popular concept because, again, it helps guys like that dismiss women. Very similar to what TRADCONS say when they say, oh, well, the red pill is just the flip side of feminism. They come up with some really easy to remember byline. And trust me, I've worked in marketing and brand identity for a long time. I know what a byline is. I know it's like, we got to get people to remember this. Let's come up with a limerick, right? Let's come up with something that's a soundbite, something that's easy to remember. If you don't believe me, by the way, and if you don't think that this is a thing, there's a video that's going around, and I don't have a link to it. Maybe Sam or Glenn can help me out with this at some point. But you probably have seen this already. It's so common. But it's the video of all these local news stations that are syndicated by the same syndicate, right? And they have different hosts in different towns and different, some of them are big towns, some are small towns, but it's the local like 6 o'clock news. And it's this montage of all these different hosts, and they all kind of look, kind of generically the same. There's a guy, there's a girl, maybe it's a black guy, maybe it's a white guy, maybe it's the little blonde, maybe it's the kind of like, perky brunette. Well, it doesn't make any difference. They kind of all fit in the same like physiognomy, but they're all saying almost verbatim exactly the same things. And what they are saying verbatim are the keywords that they want, or the syndicate wants people to remember. That's what I'm talking about. TRADCONS do the same thing. Wokesies do the same thing. The 6 o'clock news does the same thing. So when people say, well, the red pill says that the women are parasites. No. But if you keep repeating the word parasite, 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 guess who's going to pick up on that? Well, Candace Owens on whatever podcast. That's who's going to pick up on that. Destiny's going to go on the next show. I don't know, Lex Friedman or where the hell is he going to go? And he's going to repeat the same damn thing. And you know who else is going to repeat it? It's going to be Lauren Chen. She's going to repeat it. Matt Walsh, he'll repeat it. Michaela Peterson, she's ready and raring to go. And they'll use the same. All those people that I just mentioned, they are no better than the 6 o'clock news hosts that I just told you who read from the same script because a syndicate told them to read it. That's why. Oh, man, this is too good. Here you go. Sorry, I have to throw this one up there. Just some guy. One of three. Yo, bro, thanks for everything. You helped me pull out of the depths of hell. During my last divorce, she cheated, and I blamed it on me, of course. I hope you saw the Jim Sexton show. And thank you for your tuition, because that was a pretty decent show, I thought. And let's see, probably autistic or borderline or something. Got it. Oh, and then, god damn, dude. God damn, son. Dude, you give it. Was keeping Ned off of OnlyFans one super chat at a time. I'm lucky as hell too, because women aren't. Let's see if I can get this up there. There you go. I'm lucky as hell too, because women, we weren't married long enough for her to take any of my stuff. All you want is a place for your stuff. Anyway, where can I find stats on the 80-20 rule? Would you? Well, you've just given me $150, so I will give you you don't need to. I will give you the definition of what it is. As I understand it, approximately 80% of men aren't having sex. No. Okay, this is not at you. I'm not upset with you. I'm upset with the people who have put that into your brain. Like I said, the people reading the script from the syndicate. As a rule, I understand it is approximately 80% of men aren't having sex. No, that's a complete misquote. Of men aren't having sex, but almost 100% of women are. No, not really. And then finally, thank you once again for the next one. So 2 main pieces of information I'm looking for. 1, where do the stats come from? And 2, is it 100% if women are having sex? Okay, well, first of all, let me clarify a few things because I'm going to explain a few things here. Is when I listen to someone like Pearl, or I listen to someone just completely butcher the stats that you're repeating back to me right now. When I see people do that, it's like when Pearl shits the bed, I'm the one that has to clean up the red pill sheets, right? I'm the one that has to go. I'm the cleanup man. I'm not a messenger boy. I'm a delivery boy. So here's what I'm going to give you right now. No, that's not what it's about. So let's go back and do a few things here, because I'm glad you asked that question, because this was actually something I wanted to get into a little bit later, but I guess I can get into it now. So the deal is this. Let's see if I can get rid of that. Super chats are like agonizing right now. I don't know what StreamYard did, but they really screwed the pooch with this. So when it comes to the 80-20 rule, here is the 80-20 rule. Okay. Surveys, research as far back, by the way, as 2013, all the way up to 2020, 2021. Whether it's online, whether it's like where there's multiple sources for this. If you would like me to show them to you, I'll be happy to put them on screen. I have them all bookmarked on Twitter, but I'm going to give you the quick version of this really fast. Okay. If you go and you look at the research and you look at the stats from like Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, any of the match affiliated apps, hell, you don't even need those. Go, and I don't like this book very much, but I will quote it this time. If you go and you look at Dr. David Buss's Men Behaving Badly, that book, those stats are quoted in that book as far back as 2020 right now. So you're only looking at like 3 years. And the stats show this, that 80% of men are deemed unattractive. We talked about exactly this on Access Vegas on Thursday. They are deemed unattractive. And as such, that doesn't mean that they might do that. So if things changed or whatever, that's just like women, when they are on their phone, they're swiping left or swiping right. 80% of men are deemed unattractive. And remember, that's from perceptions. That's from online data primarily, but not just that. Because if you look at the other stats and the other experiments and the other research that Dr. David Buss has done prior to him publishing Men Behaving Badly, if you look at those stats, you can see that by and large, women find, just in a general sense, women find 80% of men unattractive. So does that mean that women find 20% of men attractive? No, they just don't think they're unattractive. I know that sounds like semantics. I'm splitting hairs. I'm just like, I'm wordsmithing this. I'm not. That's actually in the book, right? Or in Buss's book. It's also in Dataclysm, which is a really great source for this as well. That was actually the early source. Dataclysm was a book published by the CEO, I want to say, of either Cupid or Match.com. I can't remember which one. I believe it came out in 2013 or 2014. I've been quoting those stats for quite some time. And I'm glad that they are consistent, because everybody wants to say, oh, you can't replicate this. You can sure as hell replicate the 80-20 rule all the way up to 2020. And even the people who love to quote Dr. David Buss, they can't get around this stat. 80% of men are deemed unattractive. 20% of men are not attractive, but they're not unattractive. Like maybe those guys will do. Only 4.5% of men are deemed attractive enough for women to want to initiate something with them. So they broke it down, 80 and the 20, and then of the 20, 4.5% of those men are attractive enough for women to actually want to reach out to those guys, or like almost automatically accept a sort of a match or whatever. And yes, you'll also have to take this into consideration. Just full disclosure is that you're dealing with online dating. This is all perceptual, and the matching and everything else. There's a flow chart. I don't know where the infographic is, but there's like a flow chart of like a woman who has gone through like thousands of guys. Of those thousands of guys, 400 were sort of matches. Of those 400, they led to conversations. Of those conversations, then and it goes down and less and less and less and less, all the way down to what led to sex, what led to, out of the ones that they had sex with, which ones led to a relationship. And out of like thousands of guys, they might have had 2 guys that were like like for a long-term thing. They were still having sex with the guys, right? But all of that data points one direction, the 80-20 rule. So when we're talking about the 80-20 rule, it's not 80% of guys are having sex with 20% of women, or what is it? 100% of women are fucking and only 80% and only 20% of guys are actually fucking those women. And everybody wants to. I'll tell you the thing that gets me on this is, I've said this God knows how many times. This is probably the maybe 50 or 60th time I've gone through explaining the 80-20 rule from the red pill perspective. Those red pill guys, you want the red pill guys? I'm giving it to you right now. Okay. All you critics, I'm giving it to you now. So here's the deal. 80% of men are unattractive. 20% of men, maybe. They're the maybes. The 4.5% of men, those are the Justin Wallers. Okay, those are the Jason Momoas. Those are the guys who are high value man, and that's a rough estimate. Okay, so we got to use some kind of abstraction, and that's the abstraction. Is it the Pareto principle? To the letter? Absolutely not. So when people see 80-20, they think, oh, Pareto principle. Was it 80% of your gains is done by 20% of your? No, that's not what we're talking about. It just happened to be 80-20. That's the 80-20 rule. Are the 20% of guys banging all these girls? No, they're just not unattractive. That's all that data set says. Okay. Does that mean that they are all fighting for the bottom, 18 or 19, 17 or 18% of women? So if you're a 4 or a 5 or something like that, then you can only get out of the pool. You only get a guy out of the 80% pool. Like after you get past the 80-20 rule, that's when everything goes to hell. Don't listen to people who have no fucking idea what the red pill is. And then they go, let me tell you about the 80-20 rule and what these idiots think. No, I'm giving you the real information right now. And that's really the 80-20 rule is just sort of a jumping off point for, it's not, they're all parasites or whatever. It's the jumping off point for other concepts. What does it, for instance, what does it take to get out of the 80%? Well, I could answer, if we lived in the 20th century, like 1980, 1990, I could tell you the most common way for guys to sort of, going from zero to hero. I could tell you that. All bets are off now in the 21st century, but I could tell you how it would work, at least conceptually how it would work. Hell, half of the innovations and inventions and the modern conveniences that we just sort of take for granted today, they were probably invented by a guy who was in that 80%. He's like, I got to get laid. Women don't want to have anything to do with me. But if I make some money or if I do something, I think I'm going to invent a dishwasher so that guys can do chore play and then their wives will want to get really hot sex from their wives. Remember that? But maybe if I made a washing machine, maybe if I made a really nice car, maybe if I made this computer program, maybe if I started a multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation, then I could get out of the 80% and I could breed. Then I could be Elon Musk. Take away Elon Musk's money and he's a brilliant guy, don't get me wrong, but take away a few of his talents and aspects, he is no better than your average incel right now. He's got money at the yin yang, not saying he's a bad dude or anything like that, but you take away certain aspects of him, maybe one or two, right? Take away his motivation, take away his money, take away his platforms, whatever it is. You take that away And he's probably not much better than a guy who's a very highly paid sort of nerdy computer programmer. But clearly he has excelled beyond that. So what does it take in the 21st century to get out of the 80%er and get into the 20, just to get to out of unattractive into maybe he'll do? How much value added can I add to myself so that women will want to get with me? That's what sparks innovation. That's why we need beta males, by the way. So there you go. Thank you for your $200. And I hope I gave you a free. Will I ever go on Jesse Lee Preston? I already have. Do your research, do your homework before you ask me questions for $2. I've already gone on. So is Roosh, by the way. I went on, actually, Roosh went on first, and then I went on with Jesse afterwards. It was a while back, though. I think it was in the Pat Campbell days, but yeah, I've already been on his show. Let's get rid of that. I'm just going to read this because I'm getting like ghosts on my screen. You guys might not be seeing this, but I am. Chelonian Egghead, thank you for your $10. Is gratitude one of the things that men and women understand differently? Ooh, that's a good one. You know what? I'm going to put that in the great big book of everything because I want to come back to that. Where's my pen? Oh, okay. Could you go over how it works for women? If so, also, is the love of a man she's not attracted to always worthless to women? Worthless is a sort of a judgment call. Like, if the woman is not attracted to the guy, would you like to see a prime example of that? Here you go. This is the prime example of exactly that. If I can get it to come up here. I might have to refresh here. God damn, I hate this thing. It's so slow these days. What is bogging down? There we go.
You realize that really paid off.
Yeah, so what she's saying is that mama was ready to hand out treats. Guys, listen to me. It took me a long time. I really didn't help out around the house. I'd go and throw my shoes in. I didn't.
Do you think that this chick is attracted to him? I mean, he's built, right? But listen to what he says, right?
I want to do the dishes, and literally I went in, I started doing these things, putting the kids to bed, making sure that the sink was clean, letting her go take a good shower. Boom! I would come into the bedroom and oh, shoot, the magic was happening.
The thing is, and now you're looking for stuff to do, which is really crazy.
I'm looking to get everything dirty.
It does help, actually. A lot of people take that for granted and they don't really can appreciate that. But as women, we take on a lot of like the dirty little tasks that people overlook.
So if you want her to get super dirty, get clean.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
I like that.
Okay, so you know what this is, right? This is cookie time for good boy. Did you even said treats, right? She's handing out treats. What are you, a fucking dog? Elliot, are you actually a dog? I would, God, Elliot, please. You want to come to Vegas? I would be happy to have a show. Me and Mike would probably love to dress you down, my friend. That's called chore play, by the way. Chore play has been debunked God knows how many times. But like, dude, when I don't know if people remember this, but in the Pat Campbell days, we used to have we had the saying, it's cookie time for good boy. And that right there is a perfect example of cookie time for good boy. And it was the show that we did on chore play. As a matter of fact, we're talking like 2018. And I wrote a post on chore play as far back as like 2010. So yeah, when we're looking at like, that's what that is transactional sex is what that is. And there is nothing more pathetic than guys who are like sort of like accept their fate, right? They resign themselves to their fate. Oh, if I do more dishes, then she'll want to fuck me. Ooh, hey, hey guys, I found a secret. You all should follow my example. No, we shouldn't. Because there's nothing more pathetic than the guy who actually believes in chore play. You're probably no better than a woman because women love that. By the way, the whole concept of chore play has changed over the years. As far back as like 2008, I think was the first time I encountered chore play. And it was by this one author, and I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but she had written this thing about, I remember the name of the essay. It was called Women Make Passes at Men Who Do Glasses. Oh, that's so cute. No, what she was saying is like, men who like wash dishes and help out around the house and they change the diapers and they make the bed and they do some of the laundry and they try to help mama out. He even says, mama, dude, when your wife becomes mama, watch it. Be very, very careful, because now you are in a frame that you are firmly in her space, in her frame at that point. And just bring it back up and show it again. If I didn't think it would lock up my screen, I would do it. But like, if you look at that chick, his wife, right? If you look at her face, it's like, do you get any kind of like visceral satisfaction? Do you think she's like, oh man, I just can't wait to tear it. I want hot sex, right? Yeah. When she says hot, she's not probably imagining him in her head at that point, because that's the guy who thinks of sex as cookies, as rewards, as handing out treats. There was a meme, actually several memes, but there was like one or two memes that me and Pat used to like pass around now and then. And it was like this like poster board thing. And it had it was written up on there. It was like, what was it? Do the dishes, change the oil, mow the lawn, change the baby, whatever. And then it had like these little like rewards. It was almost like an Excel spreadsheet, but it was like up on a poster board, right? And if you did a certain amount of those chores, you got a blowjob, or you got like date night, or it was treats, right? It was like reward. It's transactional sex. I perform service, you give me sex. That's bonehead male deductive reading. That's why they think this is brilliant. I figured something out, guys. No, she's fucking with you. You are no better than the dog. Literally, you even admit to it. It's a treat. That's what it is. Fuck that. You may as well be single at that point. Oh, Rollo's against marriage. No, I'm not against marriage, but I am against. Don't stop it. You will never have that hot monkey visceral lust sex that you had with her in the early days. You will not have that if sex is a treat. If sex, pop it in your mouth like it's what's the ones? The training treats. Dropping the training treats. And I get what was it? What's the new thing on TikTok where the girls? Or no, it's they're like pretending they're in a video game. It's like ice cream, good. Whatever. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Like, that's him. That's what he's fucking doing. But the treats are like, I think I'm going to get sex. I hope so. Oh my God. Stop it. What's wrong with you people? Oh, is my video like jacked right now? 5 frames per second. Is that what you're saying? Glenn, can you like get back to me and let me know if my video feed is jacked up right now? Because if it is, I might have to refresh. I'll leave the stream going, but I might have to come back. I might have to refresh the screen here. I just don't know what's going on with this. Let me see if I can come out. If I come out of dark mode, will that change anything? I hate freaking technical difficulties. You said video is good. Okay, so video is good. What are you guys talking about? Oh, what about the video that I just showed? Is that okay? I'm out of dark. See, let me explain something to you. StreamYard, if you're watching, this is your natural state. There is no dark mode that is inherent, that's written into the code for StreamYard. I have to have an actual script for Chrome so that I can put it in dark mode. And you notice the difference in light right here? Sorry, I have to point this out. This is like the bane of my fucking existence and has been so for the last like 4 or 5 years, StreamYard. I love every other feature you've been doing. Fantastic, except for one. Come up with a dark mode, please. Now I just switched over to dark mode. I think maybe that was what was going on. Let's see. So I got that. Oh, so gratitude. Is gratitude one of those things that men and women understand differently? Yes. I think gratitude for men is almost a form of game. If you're talking about men and women, I'm not talking about men and men or women and women, right? Gratitude between the sex, like intra-sex, that's a whole different animal. But when we're talking about men being, having gratitude towards women or women having gratitude towards men, I think one of the reasons why women have a really tough time with having any kind of behavioral gratitude towards men is because it's almost like a compliment. So hear me out. Women rarely give a man a compliment. And I understand why. Because when a woman gives a man a compliment, he takes it as an IOI, an indicator of interest. Oh, really? That's a great shirt there, Rollo. Oh, really? And so all he does is go buy like 10 more shirts just like that, right? Because, oh, it works good. Well, about 10 of them would work better. That's male bonehead deductive thinking, by the way. So gratitude for women, I think gratitude, compliments, gifts, and a compliment is a gift from a woman, because most guys, they are, it's like the desert, right? And it's a woman gives you a compliment and it's like finding water in the desert, because women don't care. They do not care to give compliments. They do not care when it comes to gratitude, because they don't think they should have any gratitude for you in the first place. But beyond that, though, I think there's sort of a psychological thing that goes on there, because women and I 100% agree. I have no problem with this, but like I think that when women express gratitude, they are concerned that gratitude will be taken as an indicator of interest, and if they don't want that to happen, they just simply don't do it. So if you think that women are like less gracious, or they're less complimentary, or they don't say thank you or even apologize for things, right? That's a form of gratitude. If you apologize, hey man, I really fucked up. Women having that insight in women is rare, very, very rare. And then being able to actually express that insight is even more rare. Well, I've been asked this before, like, Rollo, what do you look for in a woman, like for a long-term relationship? Why did you marry Mrs. T? And one of the things, and I noticed this in my own wife, and after having worked with God knows how many women up to this point, I think that insight, ladies, if you're listening, and I don't give prescriptions very often, so listen up. I think insight, or developing a sense of insight and then being comfortable with expressing it, is value added for women. Not cooking, not doing the laundry. That's like basic shit. Like everybody's supposed to do that. What do you want, a mother? Okay, fine. But qualities outside of having a hot ass and big tits and no gag reflex and really look good and get in the gym because you want to be. Yeah, those are some basics that I would also throw onto that list. But when it comes to value added, insight would be at the top of my list. And what I mean by insight is like women who actually stop and they think about their actions, who actually have some self accountability. And that doesn't mean, oh, she has to walk around and apologize and because right now women will hear this and they'll be like, well, what does he want? A mother? What does he want? A slave? A woman just tie his shoes for him? What is he, a little boy? No, I want insight. Genuine desire is at number one on the list, period, end of story. Number two, insight. Being able to say, you know what? That's pretty fucked up. I should probably go apologize to him. Women apologizing is probably more rare than a compliment, more rare than gratitude. And I'm not saying women don't do those things, but there's really a curb they really got to get up above before they will even initiate that. Because it's one thing to have that insight and go, man, what was I thinking? It's another thing to bust yourself down and go, especially with a guy. Women will have gratitude and will apologize to their girlfriends way before they'll ever do it with a guy, and even their husbands, because it's tough, because he's a dude. He's the one who should be, on top of his game. And if she comes down on him for some like no real reason, or so just some sort of unjustified bullshit, or it's like, unnecessary shit like that, women checking themselves with insight. And then, because it's one thing to do that, it's another thing to say, hey man, I'm sorry. I should never have done that to you. That I said that in anger. I said that because I was worried about insecurity, blah, blah, whatever the reason is. But having it and then expressing it, sometimes that's a gulf that women just simply can't get across. So women will compliment, they will appreciate, they will have gratitude for their girlfriends way before they will have it with a guy. So is it a gendered concept? Yes, it is. And thank you for giving that to me. You know what? Here, you can have one of these. That was good, because I have another show coming up very soon. I'm thinking like maybe me and Glenn will do a short, like a 30-minute video on this, but gendered concepts. What's a gendered concept? Love is a gendered concept. What I mean by that is men and women have different concepts of love. Men and women have different concepts of respect. Men and women have different concepts of gratitude, for sure. Although I'm not sure I would put it in terms of gratitude, but like insight maybe. But that's probably an aspect of that. But that's really good. Thank you for that. That was excellent question. Glenn Lawrence, you gave me $1.99, and I don't know what you wanted to say because you said nothing. Mitchell Edmonds. Punished by rewards. Thank you very much. Just some guy. Got to you. What else did I get to? Hang on. Sammy. Oh, thank you, Sam. Sammy has been actually keeping my super chats in check. I think what I might do is just from here on out is I'm not going to put them on the screen. I'm just going to read them to you straight out, which is actually good news for you. Just some guy. Yeah, but it isn't whether 50% of men have 0 partners for life. The next 30% have 1 or 2 for life. The next have 15.5% because between 15 and 50. Okay. Then the top 4.5% have thousands of partners. Well, thousands might not. That might be a little exaggerating. I love it when I have people like tell me, and I don't know where you're getting your stats from. If you want to give me a link for that, just some guy, you don't have to give me a super, just put it in the chat. But I would like to see where you're drawing your stats from. But I will say this also, when we talk about like promiscuity, because that's essentially what you're saying, right? The 80-20 rule is directly linked to promiscuity, men and women, but primarily we think of it in terms of women. Because the reason why we're concerned with the 80-20 rule, as I've explained it, is because first of all, guys it's that male deductive thinking again. We're problem solvers. Men are natural, innate, deductive problem solvers. We like numbers. 80-20. So all I got to do is get out. What does it take to go from ordinary to extraordinary? Well, let's follow these steps, right? Hell, brands have been built on that. Cults have been, raised around that. Okay. And they start with, how do I solve this problem? How do I solve my reproductive problem? How do I get more ass? How do I get a girlfriend? How do I get my girlfriend back? How do I get my wife to have sex with me again? How do I get a wife in the first place? Right. And we want to think that there is some sort of deductive step-by-step, Excel spreadsheet flow chart that will get us from single and sexless to like hot monkey sex, whether that's with one woman or that's with multiple women, depending on where your head's at. But all guys approach it from the same dynamic. What is the process? It's like, I need to learn how to be a great poker player. I need to learn how to make a lot of money at craps, right? There are strategies for all of those things. And how did they happen? Male deductive problem solving. That's how they happened. So when we're looking at, where is this? I'm trying to get back to your super chat there. When you're looking at the 80-20 rule, those are numbers. How do I get out of that? What's the math? What's the math involved? Rollo, give it to me straight. Well, nobody's going to give it to you straight because sometimes the math is pretty fucked up and you don't want to hear the math because you would rather have the math expressed to you in emotional terms. You would rather me tell you a parable about the math, about the pragmatism, about the reality of the empirical data. Can you put that in some sort of like metaphysical Eastern mysticism for me? Okay, it's the same message, but if here goes. Go read Confucius Say or the Tao Te Ching or whatever, Proverbs. That's the language you speak. Well, at least maybe if as long as the end result, as long as the plane gets to where it's supposed to go, however you get there is fine with me. Oh, he's talking about the video I was sharing. Thank you. Thanks, Sammy, for catching me up on that. Glenn Lawrence, when will you shut down Broccoli Head forever? It's never going to happen. The best you can do, Glenn, is hope and pray for better enemies. That's the best you can do because your enemies keep you sharp, right? Even, Robert Greene? Robert Greene, pray for better enemies. Pray for, when I have haters, I hate this term, Glenn, and here's your 199. Did you fill up the tank of my car last weekend? You're going to give me a 199 super chat? What's the matter with you? The thing about haters is they should keep you sharp. They should be critics that expose your weaknesses. Oh man, I'm weak in that area. I should probably cover that up. I should probably be stronger in that. Right? I should repatch that chink in the armor, right? That's what you want. If you're going to use enemies, that's the best way to use them. So you'll grow stronger, right? Grow stronger. Can I lift this? Grow stronger. That's the best way to go about that. And hell, that's even a law of power, right? Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. And if you don't have enemies, make some. Find a way to make some. That's actually part of the rule too. And people go, "Oh my God, I can't believe this is what are you? This is self-help?" No, it's a law of power, asshat. Nobody's telling you what to do about that. They're just outlining like human nature and a human law. Okay, you can actually separate those two things. I know it's hard, but that's how it works. But at least in my humble opinion, I think that enemies should make you greater. What did we say? Oh, I know I was on with Miguel and Charlie, and we were at the end of the show, last night's show, because I did a Cultivate Crypto show with him. And I know me and Miguel took like the last 5 minutes of that show to just sort of catch everybody up to what we've been doing for 1 year, not even a year, like 10 months, 11 months. And we're coming up on the year anniversary of Access Vegas, which will be in October, by the way. Here's how I remember that, because Mike Sartain's birthday is actually on October 15th. And that was the first time I ever went to Zook, and I was hanging out with him. He was introducing, like I was entering his frame, right? I was learning what his life was really about. And so his birthday's coming up in October, and that's kind of like where I set the year mark for the show and just sort of like where we're going, when we got started. And I look back and I go, man, we have a lot of irons in the fire. I built the show. We're still developing the show. We're the #1 podcast in Las Vegas right now. And our numbers aren't even we're not even near the kind of numbers that like Myron and Fresh do, but we're still the #1 podcast in Las Vegas because there's a hunger for it. There's a desire for it. And we're also the only show that's on the West Coast. That's a West Coast hub. And before you say whatever podcast, that is not what I'm talking about. We have a hub now. We've got a new studio, Red One Studios. We're getting more talent. And as I was saying, that's an effort. It's one thing granted, you want that production value, you want polish, you want, a really, video, 4K video, you want good lenses that are probably more expensive than the camera. And you need a place to do it, build it and they will come. And Miguel and I, in late July of last year, early August of last year, I was thinking about going out to Fort Lauderdale and working with Valuetainment. And that kind of like never went anywhere. And I'm kind of glad it did, because it sort of lit a fire under me and Miguel's ass. And we were riding back from Fort Lauderdale to Miami after we'd done this, I'd done a show, and then we went to a restaurant or something like that, and had a dinner sort of meeting. And Miguel could tell I was kind of frustrated. And he's like, dude, let's just do it in Vegas. And I thought about that. I'm like, that why not? That's genius, because I'm in Reno and he's already in Vegas. So we started looking at studios. We found Sticky Paws. That's when Justin Waller introduced me to Mike Sartain, who is now like a blood brother to me. I feel like he's extended family at this point. And then things took off from there. And what have I done in that time? I went on Dr. Phil. I've had 2 shows come out for that. You look at the changes and everything that's happened in the industry right now, at least in podcasting in general, and then also our niche. You look at the people that we have been involved with, who we have sort of fostered these shows. We kind of, like, people say, "Oh, Rollo's a kingmaker." I'm not so much a kingmaker as I am a keen observer, and I want to be able to sort of like put myself into and help out people who I think are deserving of being helped out. I know the Savo brothers have a new movie coming out that Miguel got into. Yes, we had an NFT, but that was actually the year before. And by the way, did everything we said we were going to do. All utilities, everything minted, no rug pulls. Thank you very much. Where's those haters now? Nowhere at all. They've moved on to whatever the new hotness to hate is. That's where they moved to. And I hate the term, or the phrase, or the sort of the quote. What is it? Hate only comes from below. No, it doesn't actually. It doesn't only come. Most often it does, but hate comes from above when they see you coming in the rearview mirror, when they see you coming for the throne. Right? When they see you catching up, trust me, like if you drive NASCAR or F1 or whatever, and you see somebody come up and then you're like, that's what I'm talking about. So like sometimes hate comes from above when they see you coming in the rearview mirror. And I was talking to Miguel last night, and I said, you know what? That's when it comes to haters, and when it comes to like people who like want to sort of tear you down. For the most part, that quote is true, by the way. But the thing is like when you're dealing with people who are like in a different league or a different class than you, and they see you starting to come up into that class, trust me, their hate will come from above. No, you maybe you have never experienced this, but I sure as hell have. So when they see you coming in the rearview mirror, that's when things start to change a little bit. But I mean, I started, I had that conversation. I started listing in my head like all the irons I have in my fire, and also ones I can't even talk about right now. So we bust our ass and we do a lot. We're the hardest working people in this niche. I could tell you that right now. And I will also say that here at this point, I will insert what I was going to say actually mid show. Anyways, yes, I did see the Candace Owens appearance on whatever podcast. I also saw the Lauren Chen appearance on whatever podcast. I also saw the Michael Knowles appearance on whatever podcast, and all of those come from the same source. All those personalities, or close to, and they might not be working for them exactly right now, but they were at some point. And I'm watching this happen. I'm like, boy, these, like, I'm not gonna say A-listers, but like these major leaguers, I'll give Candace her flowers. Major leaguer. Is she still at Daily Wire? I think she is. But I'm like, you're going on whatever podcast, really? Okay. Or Lauren Chen. By the way, Lauren Chen, you have I guess Candace Owens too, but Lauren Chen, you have a standing invitation, open invitation. Give me the date, time, whenever you want to come on to Las Vegas. You want to go to Sticky Paw Studios or to Jabrizi Studios, Red One, wherever pick three. We got three of them. Pick one of those three studios. Another thing we've been doing for the last 11 months. Pick one of those studios. Either I personally straight across, we can do one-on-one. You could be me and Mike. We'll put you on Access Vegas if you'd like to, because it seemed like you enjoyed yourself so much, sat between all the Ratchet 304s on whatever podcast. You'll probably really enjoy yourself on Access Vegas. You have an open invitation. Anytime you want to tell me about how the red pill is just feminism for guys, please. I will be as respectful with you as I was with Richard Reeves. And I disagree with pretty much maybe 90% of what Richard Reeves says. I shouldn't say that. I agree with what Richard Reeves' analysis was. I just think his solutions were bullshit. But they weren't based in reality, put it that way. But I was respectful with him, and people threw rocks at me for not like tearing him apart. Well, I would rather have another conversation with him than tear him apart. And that's exactly the same tact I used with Jedediah Bila, who is now no longer with Valuetainment. After putting together a 200,000 subscriber show in less than a year. Check your insight, PBD. Maybe that's something you really need to develop, because I don't see that happening. I think that it's, a studio lives or dies based on its podcast and its talent. And those are the people you need to take care of the most. But speaking of which, if you've got Lauren, if you're ever in Vegas, hell, if you want to come in, I'll make a special trip. I don't know if I can put you up. I can certainly fly you out if you want to come to Vegas, and we'll have that discussion. Come on out. Candace, same thing, man. You want to talk about Andrew Tate? Both me and Mike know him personally. We'll be happy to talk to him, talk to you about him. No one's forthcoming. I wonder why. Brian from whatever podcast seems like a great guy. I like him well enough. We talk. I've been on the show before. I get it, but I think those are softballs, and I think you guys are better than that. Lauren Chen in particular, but Candace, fine. Come to Vegas. I'll be glad to give you the debate, give you the talk, give you the real content that you're really looking for. And the reason why I'm throwing this out here right now is because, as I've said before, and I can go dig the video. I have the video. I have it on tap. I'm really kind of nervous about putting it up because I think it'll be slow. But I watched the most recent whatever podcast with Candace on it, and I've seen Lauren Chen on there. And by the way, Lauren, I think maybe they didn't do you dirty, but I wish you could have said more. I really wanted to hear more from Brian. I wanted to hear more from Lauren. And it just didn't seem like maybe they were getting those viral clip moments out of Lauren Chen, but they certainly got them from Candace. But again, for the most part, a lot of those comments and a lot of the purpose of that is just really to get those clips. You doing a 4 or 5 hour podcast live stream, yeah, you're farming super chats is what you're doing, especially when you will only read $100 and above. You're farming super chats. Okay. Hey, no, please, don't hate the player, hate the game, right? But even then, the format like that is really not directed so much. I mean, super chats is definitely bread and butter, but you're looking for those clips to the point where everybody will say, hey, that's the clip, mark that. You'll hear me say mark that, right? Because that'll be a clip point because they know how the sausage gets made. The sausage of too long didn't read, 45-second reels, TikToks, YouTube shorts, short attention span media. You're there for their benefit. I don't know. Do you think they paid Brian? If just, you don't have to tell me publicly, but did you pay to have Candace out there? Did you pay to have Adam 22 out there? Probably not, because Adam 22 is only in Burbank. But did you pay to have Lauren come out? Did you pay to have Candace come out? Because if you didn't, well done, bravo. Was a law of power, man. What is it? Get everybody else to do the work, but you take all the credit. I forget which number that is. But hate the game, don't hate the player. He's just a really good player. Brian is a top tier player. I will give him that. But when Lauren Chen is on there, I really was hoping I was going to get something more out of her. Candace Owens is a circus show right now, and that circus show happens to be about the red pill. Now, here's my analysis. I'm just going to give not Lauren Chen, but Candace Owens. I'll give you my quick analysis since I somehow these damn feed is so bloody slow. My analysis is this: there was a time when I learned this when Matt Walsh, by the way, did his "What Is a Woman" interviews, street interviews. But there was a time when people like Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Candace Owens, I don't know about Lauren Chen, but probably Lauren Chen too. And traditional conservatives, trad femmes, whatever you want to call them. There was guys too. There was a time where they would just shit all over Fresh and Fit. They were you've probably heard, Brett Cooper has said this before. They just invite these dumb ratchet 304s on their show so they can make them look dumb. I did a full show on this actually on Access Vegas. I was trying to point out our girls, not only are they top tier, top shelf, FHM models, some Playboy centerfolds, some Penthouse, some, we have gorgeous, we have the hottest chicks. Trust me on that. We have the hottest girls, but they're also smart. We have girls who have master's degrees. We have girls who are they make more money in real estate than they did in OnlyFans because they transitioned out of that. We've had at least four of them on the show that we did with Robert Kiyosaki. And not only are they smart, not only are they freaking hot as fuck, right? But they can carry on a conversation as well. And yet you're going to say we're just cherry picking these girls because they're like ratchet 304s. Well, that was back in the day. That was back when Matt Walsh would throw rocks at Ryan Stone. That was back in the day when Myron and them were nobody thought that the girls that they were sourcing for Fresh and Fit, they thought that, that's just the girls that are locals in Miami. No, it's not. Big Mo, back me up on this. We've got data sets for all of the ages and all the places that these girls have come from, all of the what their jobs are. I'm sure we could probably do the same for Access Vegas. It would be a much smaller list because we haven't been doing it as long. But we've had 2 Miss Nevadas on there. We have had women who have master's degrees in psychology who are also OnlyFans girls too. I don't think people realize that with TRADCONS, the women we have on that you want to call ratchet 304s or whatever, they have master's degrees sometimes. Now, not always, but they have master's degrees. They have multiple, homes or they're in real estate, or they own clubs, or they own one of the girls we had on last night. Strip clubs, but they own the only strip club in Sarasota, Florida, right? Business, and if you took a guy with these women's sort of business background, you would call him an entrepreneur. Yet we're still going to say, they just go handpick these girls to make them look dumb. No, we don't. But I find it interesting that all of those shows that you complain that all those girls are just cherry picked dumb bimbo, airheads, whatever. You jumped at the chance to go get on whatever podcast, man. You jumped at the chance, man. You didn't go down to Miami. You went out to Santa Barbara, rich, affluent, white ass safe Santa Barbara. Now, if that's where you want to go, if that's what you want to do, fine, man. Come to Vegas. Vegas, baby. Come out to see us. Come out to Sticky Paws. I'll treat you with it. I swear to God. Vaya con Dios. I swear to Lord Odin and Bow Wow Grande, right? I swear to you, we will treat you with respect. The same level of respect we treated with Richard Reeves. Hell, I think we were pretty respectful of Gary the Numbers guy, for fuck's sake, right? Even Circa, when Mike had the flat earth debate, they got heated, don't get me wrong, but nobody was throwing punches. Nobody was saying, your mom was a bitch. Nobody said that. We just had this back and forth. And as over the top as Zerka is, that's pretty easy to do. But we still had a good laugh after that. And we actually had a good sort of impromptu, spontaneous show after that as well, between myself and Glenn and everybody else. But we will have a good conversation. We're not here to like tear you down and beat you up. You might get beat up, but just by course of action. But I will say this: we will treat you with the utmost amount of respect. If we have to fly you out, or if there's some sort of thing that you need, like you want some kind of sparkling water in your hotel room, we'll try to make it happen. But you want a real conversation? You want some nuts and bolts? You want something that's other than red meat and clippable moments? Come to fucking Vegas. Put your money where your goddamn mouth is. I'll be happy to entertain you. I will be happy to be respectful with you and give you a good conversation. You want to talk about how, those red pill guys say X, Y, and Z. They're all feminists. Well, come to Vegas, tell me to my face, and we will have a discussion about it. And a respectful, good discussion. And you will change. I will change your mind. I promise you I'll change your mind. I had to throw that out there because I got this. Where did it go? Lauren Chen put out this. If you don't know who Lauren Chen is, go look her. It's the Lauren Chen. She's on Twitter. She is a dyed-in-the-wool conservative, has been around for a long time. She's like one of these cutesy, bubbly, perky, it's our turn to shine again. Conservatives are coming back. Lauren Chen said this. She said, red pillars convincing men not to get married or have kids, specifically with vasectomies. Oh, I wonder where that came from. What a brilliant novel thought that is. Well, she actually did this in response to Shoeonhead, who you do not have an invite to, by the way. You can go fuck yourself. However, how is this different than the outcome feminists want? Because it's not. It's a fucking joke. And I thought about this and I'm like, why is this getting reheated? Why is that the tweet that I put out like hell in the end of April, early May? Why is this getting reheated all of a sudden? And I found out why. Would you like me to show you why? I will show you why. Did I bring it up? I got to load it. This I do have to take the time to load. So give me 1 second here. Let's see. Was it this one? No. Oh, it's one of these dark ones right here. Actually, you know what? I got a better idea. Let me grab it and pull this over here. Maybe it's that. Pull bridge out of there. Maybe that's the problem. Anyways, there's a tweet, and I wonder who it could be by. I wonder who would be reheating all of this. Who could possibly be the culprit that would bring all of this back to the forefront once again? Oh, that's right. That's right. Well, damn it. Where'd she go? There he is. Okay. Oh, maybe that's it. That. I love this. So these are screen caps I took from that tweet, and you'll under all will be revealed to you. Here we go. Okay. Well, if you guys don't remember, so these were the quoted. By the way, they're screen capped tweets. They didn't actually. You guys don't have the balls to like actually put at Rational Male in your tweets because you're fucking cowards. And every time you guys want to say those red pill guys and just flash my face or Myron's face on the screen, you're fucking cowards. Calling you out right now. You are fucking cowards. Say my name.
Say my name.
Say Myron's name, for fuck's sake. You want to, he won't debate me. I don't owe you a fucking debate. And you know why I don't owe you a debate? Because you won't
say my name.
Got it. There's your clippable moment, right? Okay, here's why. Let's have a look here. Screen share. And hopefully this will work. There we go. That's it. That's the magic right there. I hope this comes up. Please come up. I'm going to have to wait for it to come up. Am I actually going to have to wait for a screen grab to come up? This is pissing me off. I might have to find another resource besides StreamYard, because this is like agonizing right here. And this is the second time this has happened. So I know it's from them. I know it's StreamYard that's doing this. Can you guys see this? Because I'm not even seeing it. There we go. Oh, well, good goddamn. Thank goodness. Is that it? Hold on a second. I'm sharing this thing with you guys right now, and it's not even showing up on my screen. Is it showing up? Share screen. No, we see nothing. Okay. So you see me. Hi. This is like fucking aggravating. Like everything I rely on StreamYard is like in slow motion right now, except for the video itself. Oh, there we go. Fuck that. Finally. Yeah, I think I might go with Streamlabs. StreamYard is really fucked up. And I don't know if it's me or there's something else that's going on. I updated StreamYard and then this is what happens. Let's see. I'll just read it to you. How about I just read it to you, because StreamYard is jacked around. The quickest path to becoming a high-value man? What is it, boys and girls? Well, 1, don't get married. 2, avoid family creation. 3, get a vasectomy in your 20s. Have we not already had this conversation? Has this not already been something that's been going? Have we not? Is this not something we already covered as far back as... what was it? Gosh, it would have been April, the end of April, early May, because I remember having to sort of defend this back in May when I went on with Jedi Beal and the rest of these people. Can you see this? How about now? Is it working now? Shoeonhead is old school. Yeah, she is kind of. Anyways, so long story short, since StreamYard is fucking me on this one. Oh, you can see it now. Thank God. I can't see it yet. Anyways, so the next set here is, so there's this quote from Shoeonhead. She throws just those 3 articles, just those 3. Everything else is cut off below. All the rest of them nobody cares about because they're doing it for fucking effect. Shoeonhead, you're a coward too. Pearl, you suck. You are a hack. You know why you suck? This is why. She throws out a tweet. Solutions for men. 1, vasectomy till I find the right woman. Oh, well, at least you updated it, girl. Great. Passport bros, stay there or bring her back. Sleep with a bunch of chicks, get jacked, and make a bunch of money until I'm irreplaceable. Long-term girlfriend, don't marry. Can do 50-50 or traditional. This is meant to provoke. And it was successful because you know who's talking about this now? Shoeonhead, with Lauren Chen, who actually was the first one of the notables who like came at me during that. Man, this is like agonizingly slow. All right. Maybe I just need to close more windows or something. Like this is stupid. All right. So I'm going to have to do this with no media. I'm going to have to be entertaining with no media. Then I got to figure out what's going on. So you guys just saw that a minute ago. If you have any questions as to why I continually keep repeating that Pearl is a hack, this is a perfect fucking example. How many different ways do I need to say the same damn thing? She essentially rewrote, maybe she didn't, maybe copy AI did, maybe Chat GPT did. But essentially what she's done is she's just pretty much tried to reheat that list from the beginning of May of this year. that also, by the way, provoked Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Lauren Chen, who should know better, or maybe she's trying to reheat it too. I don't know. Pearl, get new material. You're not as good as you think you are. You're a grifter. You're a hack. You suck. Come up with something new. Do something original. You're a bad cover band of Me the Original, of Myron, of Kevin Samuels. You're a bad cover band of bands who are like way better than you. Tell that to your PR team. Tell that to whoever's working with you. Like, get new material. You know why you get owned on Piers Morgan? You know why you get owned on H3H3? That's why. All you do is play covers of other people's hit songs. That's all you fucking do. There, done. And you want, so here's the thing. Remember what I said before? It's like, I have to, when one of you guys, usually it's Pearl, but like when it's someone else and they want us to, butcher the 80-20 rule, when they butcher, vasectomies. Oh, these guys are all about vasectomies. They're so pathetic. They're all incels, right? I have to go clean up the sheets when you shit the bed. I'm getting a little fucking tired of it. So please, new material. Come up with something new. If you can't, get the fuck out of the kitchen, man. It's a hot kitchen. Get out. Find something else to do. Go play pro volleyball or whatever the fuck you were going to do. So, Lauren Chen, red pillars convincing men not to get convincing. Anybody get, hold on, wait. Let's take a poll. Put a 1 in the chat. If I convinced you between May of this year and what is today? Today is the 10th, September 10th. If I convinced you to go get a vasectomy and you're between the ages of like, say, 21 and 29, put a 1 in the chat if you got one as a result, please. I'm waiting. No. Yeah. You know why? Because you guys are smarter than Lauren Chen. You guys are smarter than Pearl. You guys are smarter than Shoeonhead. Good God. I can't even believe I'm you. Come up with at least Candace Owens changed her Twitter moniker from Red Pill Black to just Candace. Come up with something else, please. Jesus Christ. So I have to deal with this now. And then, so I'm looking through this. I actually, by the way, I put out the call to Lauren Chen too. I said, hey, I said, come on Access Vegas and I'll gladly explain it to you. Just give me a date, time, and I'll promise I'll set you up. We'll have you respect. I said this, I said, with much more respect than whatever podcast gave you. Cause I really feel like they kind of underutilized her. And, and so then how many retweets of this are there? 340,000 and a half reviews, a little over 1,200 likes. And then this is as of right now. It's probably more than that now. 106 retweets and 272 comments. I kind of have to also blame this on the Elon Bucks thing. I can't entirely lay this at the feet of Pearl. Well, I can, but I think a lot of people are looking for agitating tweets. Well, Rollo got 7 million, reads, or he had 7 million it was 7.1 million engagement. I don't know what it's up to now. I should go back and look. Probably one of my best performing tweets. The problem is it was probably 3 months too early for the Elon Bucks. And so now everybody is changing their tact on X. Sorry, I'm just going to call it Twix because it's half Twitter, half X, whatever it is. On Twix right now, because they think that if they go back and they reheat spicy takes from Rollo said this back in the day, and that's sure to get engagement. Well, you're right, because 272 people decided to jump into that conversation as a response to Shoeonhead, who I have blocked anyway. I blocked her a long time ago. Let's see what else do we have here. Trying to get the other ones. Oh yeah. Oh boy. So everybody wants to hate on the Manosphere, right? Of course they do. That's your favorite whipping boy right now, especially when you went on whatever podcast. Why didn't you say something about that then? Or was it just because you were waiting for Pearl to say something stupid that you could respond to get some Elon bucks? Why, if it's such a concern and you're all about this and you're just really concerned about the red pill convincing guys to go and get a fucking vasectomy because Rollo said to go, yeah, guys, do that. Also, rob a bank while you're there because that's the quickest way to get like a lot of money. Let's see. What else should you do? If you want to be an exciting guy, go jump out of an airplane with no parachute or one that maybe might deploy and might not. Try it. See what happens, right? You should also drive your car without your seatbelt on and drive as fast as you possibly can because that's the most pragmatic, fast, most efficient way to drive your car. Anybody want to do that too? Come on. Come on. This conversation with you right now. I'm begging her to come to freaking like Vegas and it's like she's listening to me right now. Yeah. Yes, I'm totally jealous of her. Absolutely. You got me, man. I'm just totally jealous of a girl who like has ripped me off since day one. Yep. She only exists because I exist. And you know what? I existed 20 years ago. What she was watching Jimmy Neutron and Fairly Odd Parents. I was writing about this then. I'll be writing about it when her kids are watching Playhouse Disney, assuming she has any. Although I have heard rumors. Let's see. Your cat got a vasectomy. I believe you. You may believe me. Oh, okay. We got a few more supers. I might as well get to these. Just some guy. The cream of some some guy. Okay. One more. Well, $50 you should be bring it on, brother. One more. Isn't it true that women are having a lot more bedroom fun? Just say sex, please. You can say sex. They're fucking more. Got it? Okay. Don't say bedroom fun. I know that's what Myron was saying all the time. Are they having more bedroom fun though? Yes, statistically they are. On the average, most women get all the bedroom fun they want, but men don't. Okay, well, so that seems horribly, does that seem unfair to you? Does that seem horribly imbalanced? If women have 10, or whatever the unit of measure is, have 10 units of bedroom fun, that means men should have 10 units of bedroom fun too. We have to, because we live in an egalitarian society and everybody should get one for you. Oh, bedroom fun, one for you, one for you, one for you, one for you. Do you know what your thinking is? It's egalitarianism is what that is. No. Oh, that's sexist and that's a double standard. That's horribly unfair. Yeah. Yes, it is. What are you going to do about it? That's the nature of the game. Men must perform. Men must become, women just are. Do you think that men should have exactly the same amount or more? The average guy, remember, average women are not interested in average guys. And I think what happens is like when we say that, but that's another jingoism that's common in the manosphere. Average women do not want to get with average guys. And you know why why tradcons and like dickheads like freaking Alex from Datepsych have a problem with that? You know why? Because they believe in a sort of mating. And a sort of mating was really kind of like, I got into this in last week, so I'm not going to belabor it if you want, but what's a sort of mating? Go look at last week's show. But there's this want for this 20th century ideal for monogamy that we mistakenly believe in, sort of this romanticized, hope that it could be like that again. It could be like how it never was in the first place. But there's this hope that it's like if you're a 4, you're going to marry a 4. Average girl will get with an average guy because that's just how it works. The boy meets girl across the homecoming dance floor, and they meet and they get married and they have a kid and they have another kid and then they have the dog, and then he goes and he opens a mechanic shop and then they live happily ever after. No, that's 20th. That's Happy Days. Remember Happy Days? Sitcom Happy Days. No, we don't. What are you talking about? I'm sorry. That's Happy Days, man. That's the Fonz. Hey, That doesn't happen anymore. Boy meets girl. They're just about perfect for each other. Wow, star-crossed lovers. Who would have ever thought these young rascals would ever meet? No, that's not how it works. And that's really never how it's ever worked. But the idea is, but we really want it to work that way. We would love for it to work that way. We write romantic comedies and we write, love letters in the hopes that that's what's going to happen. Well, it doesn't matter that, it doesn't matter what it looked like. It's like, what is it? God damn it. The classic story. I forget what it's called. Not the Three Musketeers, it's something else. But like this mistaken hope that it doesn't matter what we look like, that women will want to fuck us and women will want to fall in love with us because it's what's on the inside that counts and not what's on the outside. Who are you are you beautiful on the inside? You might be ugly on the outside, but you're beautiful on the inside. And that's what really makes me love you and want to fuck you. That is like fantasy land. And by the way, yes, I understand that. I'm sure there's romantic novels that are written about that. I'm sure there's the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yeah, that wasn't the one I was thinking of, though. It's the guy with Cyrano de Bergerac. That's how could I block on Cyrano? Cyrano de Bergerac, right? He's the ugly guy with the huge nose. And he's not like Quasimodo, but he's not a good looking guy. So he gets his buddy to go and try to like speak for him. I'm the man. I'm bad. I'm so bad. I should be in detention. That guy who has the other guy like go and talk for him to talk to his love interest, and then she magically, sweetly, fantasy land wise says, "Why did you get your best friend to talk you up? I fell in love with what was on the inside." You guys just heard that one clip I played in the beginning here from that girl that was on Fresh and Fit. I'm not saying she speaks for every woman on planet Earth. I'm not, but she's laying down the law. Women, it doesn't matter if you're living at home. It doesn't matter if you live in a cardboard box. Who was that? What's the comedian that said that? Like if women would fuck in a cardboard box, man would never buy a house. That's Kevin Hart, right? Maybe it was. I don't forget who it was. But the long and the short of it is that all that bullshit about it's what's on the inside. No, I'll tell you why those stories and those narratives are popular. You wanted nuts and bolts, you got it today. Why is that popular? Because it's really a fantasy for women, not for men. And men adopt it. The 80%ers that we just talked about, some guy, men hope it will work for them. They hope they can go from zero to hero, or they hope that it will, their performance will be overlooked, or it's not so much of a performance, so their appearance will be overlooked, but they don't have to perform up to a woman's exacting standards, because the magical power of love like love conquers all. I'm sure you've heard that, like that shit. That story arc, guys, especially today, love that, man. You want to know why these bitches have such a problem with the red pill? Because we're like, nuts and bolts mathematically. Yeah, you're full of shit. What do you mean? Oh, here it is, black and white. Who are you? But the whole thing about it's what's on the inside that counts. That's the basis of body positivity. That's the basis of fat acceptance. That's the basis. And by the way, that's also the basis, I should say this, of what is it? Bulimia or anorexia. Still the same. I mean, it's ugly, don't get me wrong, but like that's still the basis of it. Oh, it's what's on the inside that should count, not what's on the outside. You're shallow. You're superficial. You're Rollo. Look, you're looking jacked and juicy. You go to the gym. Look, you're on TRT. Blah blah blah. Like okay, like people, like guys will respect that because at my age, the older you get, the more being in shape becomes a flex. But I'm not trying to do it to flex. I just want to look better and be healthier and stuff. I enjoy sex too much to let myself get fat. Put it that way. Let's just leave it at that. But but there'll be people who say like, well, he must be cheating. Right. Or they'll say, for what he's on gear, he's cheating. Even TRT is cheating. Why? Because you're not doing it and you're not doing jack shit and you want me to be down with you. You know who else does that? Women. It doesn't matter, girl. You look great. And the girl, a million likes and the girl's like morbidly obese or she's clinically overweight. No girl's going to say, you know what, girl, you could stand to lose 60 pounds. No girl's going to say that. because it's what's on the inside that counts. No, it's not. And you know it, and I know it. It's just, we just don't want to talk about the 800-pound gorilla that's in the room. And when we do, that makes for a very popular podcast. People make millions of dollars when they have that conversation. And now it seems that Lauren Chen and Candace Owens are willing to have that conversation because now it's the coast is clear. We can shit all over the red pill. You know who else thinks the coast is clear? Dr. Jordan Peterson and Nikayla Peterson. They think the coast is clear. We're going to hit that here in about another 10 minutes. But yeah, everybody's getting real fucking comfortable right now. Please do. My mantra, comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. Get more comfortable. I want you to be more comfortable. That's when you don't see it coming. Lord knows I have. But so like, just to get back to your, I'm not going to put it on the screen again, but, and thank you for your $50 one more time, just some guy. So yeah, women are having sex at a higher rate. And before people clip this and go, Rollo doesn't know the statistics. I do know the statistics. I showed them to you last week, and not just the Heritage Foundation statistics, not just the IFS statistics. I showed you as updated. What was it? Updated to like 2012. It was 2006, 2009, and 2012. I showed you those. I showed you the stat. Was it CDC? I would have to go back and look at those again. But I did a full show on this just 7 days ago. And statistically speaking, you are correct. Okay. From 1989 to 2018, not just a year, not just a few years, 1989 to 2018. That's where the tracking began, and that's where it ended. And then, of course, they updated it for 2020. Well, they probably will update it for 2023 at some point too. But it's the GS, the General Survey Studies, which is the GSS studies. Everyone keeps coming back to that. And you know who broke that first? I shouldn't say. I'm not going to take 100% credit. Pat Campbell did too, because it was on his show that we broke that we first started doing that, and everybody jumped on. And rightly so. I mean, it's pretty, oh my God, you know. But the real change and the real shift started right around 2010, 2012, which was when social media and online streaming, 4K, ubiquitous, endemic pornography become part of Generation Z. Like what's Gen Z is in what, 25? They're in the 20s range right now. So how old were they in 2012? How old were they in 2018? How old are they now? Like on average, 20s. I think you have to be under 30 to be in Gen Z right now. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So when you're looking at, and by the way, that's from the demographic for that stat that we keep quoting over and over again. Well, women are having more sex and men are having, like, if you look at, they say was it 1 in every 3 guys is not fucking, or is still a virgin, or hasn't had sex in the last like 10 or 5 years. I forget which one it was, but that's part of the GSS studies. And everyone wants to debunk that. Why? Why is that like a point of contention so much so that people will go and like they'll write their master's thesis about this is why the GSS study is like kind of bad, bad medicine. It's not, or bad methodology, right? Okay, well, what are you trying to convince me? Like, because we're all online. You're trying to make me think something, right? Well, the idea that we should like update those stats for 2019 through 2021, you're looking at a 3-year period in which we had the lockdowns. 2020 and 2021, really, 2020, most of 2021 was part of the lockdowns too. So we're going to take that outlier and we're going to mix that into the general thing. You want to talk about bad methodology? Are you that desperate that you want to use that? You're that desperate to debunk all of that because you're going to use you're going to use the COVID years to like debunk the 1989 to 2018. Back on Dios, man. You do the best you can. I will be here to point out your inconsistencies but you know why? I'll do it. You know why? Because it's easy. That's a throwaway tweet for me. But yeah, okay. So they're having more bedroom fun. And potentially women could have, not that they always did, but potentially women could have always done that anyways, right? And they go, well, what about repression? What about society? What about stigmas? What about, yeah, okay. But like, take all those away. The desire to is still there. Could they have, like, pragmatically, efficiently, effectively? Yeah, they could. That's why we have fail-safe. That's why we had the church. That's why I had, like, you know, societal stigmas. Like, I know this is hard to imagine, but like prior to the sexual revolution, having a kid out of wedlock was scandalous, and not in a religious sense. It was brought shame on the family. Even those white Anglo-Saxon Protestant waspy ass, you know, happy days, you know, 1960s families, if you had a baby out of wedlock, you had to put the woman away. There was a time when that was a buffer. It was a fail-safe. It was a limitation. Were there like women who had children out of wedlock? Absolutely, they did. And the reason why it was so scandalous and nobody wanted to be associated with them is because there was a stigma attached to it. Now, single mothers are superheroes. Electively, single mothers are superheroes. You're doing everything, girl. You go, girl. And remember, I'm talking about a amount of time. Let's give it 70 years. I'm going to give you even extra years here, 70 some odd years. Because was it 55 or 60 years since the sexual revolution started, right? Let's give you an extra decade, right? Even since then, that's a blink of an eye in human history. Blink of an eye. And look how things have changed. That's called biological genetic gap. That's what it's called, genetic gap. Like technology and society, that it changes as a result of that technology happens too rapidly for human beings to process it and then figure out best practices. And by the time they do, some new technology has come to make that one obsolete. And now they got a whole new set of problems to fuck with, right? That's genetic gap. We're still dealing with that right now. That's why I keep saying we need to sort of like get our heads out of the 20th century and put ourselves into the 21st century. I'm waiting for the first 21st century political candidate in the United States, because everyone who's ran to this point, they're still 20th century brands, including Trump. Sorry, not sorry. That's politics. When we tell you want to know why the red pill is offensive? Because it pisses off people who still have this idealization that we should go back to this 20th century way of thinking about men and women and marriage and fucking and everything else. No, we're 22 years plus into the 21st century right now. Evolve or die. Figure something out. You know why we keep having these conversations about poly and how are we going to do marriage? And Rollo hates marriage. He loves marriage. You know why that conversation even keeps getting reheated all the time, or vasectomies keeps getting reheated all the time? Because your head is still stuck in the 20th century. That's old order thinking. You're in the 21st century. Catch up. Start figuring things out. That's what I said. Like when I was talking about Adam 22 and Lena the Plug and all that whole clusterfuck that happened, probably literally happened, a month ago, 6 weeks ago. When that went down, the first thing I thought was, how are we? They're married. Adam 22, Lena the Plug. Hell, we can update it now. Logan Paul and Nina Agdal, they're gonna get married, and we have these expectations that they're gonna get married. Oh, nice, happy days, right? 20th century expectations with 21st century realities. How many? What's her body count up to now? What's Nina Agdal's body count up to now? That's a 21st century reality. Because in the past, if a girl had 50 bodies or one body, you didn't have Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and all the social media that we have right now to broadcast that to the entire global sexual marketplace. You didn't have that right up until the 2000s, like the 21st century. You didn't have that. You have that now. Deal with it. Oh, you ratchet hoes on whatever podcast, finger wagging, morals, everything. You're not living yourself right. The Bible says this, all that moral indignation at the ratchet bitches that are on maybe Gorlock the Destroyer too, the girls that are on whatever podcast that are on my pod or on Access Vegas that are on, Myron and Fresh and Fit. That indignation, all rooted in the 20th century, all of it, because you haven't updated your software for the 21st century yet. And I'm not saying it's bad or it's good. I'm just saying you need to like sort of think, maybe we need to like figure things out here. The reason why we keep having these same conversations over and over and over again about marriage and body counts and everything else, the reason we're doing that is because we base our best practices on 20th century ideals, not 21st century realities. That's why that's where that indignation comes from. You should live like a 20th century, the church lady from the, like, isn't that special? Dana Carvey, you should, you ladies aren't living right. Michael Knowles was the first like shot across the bow, by the way. And again, nothing against Brian. Good shit. But the reason why it's good shit is because it's a conflict between old order thinking and new order thinking. It's a conflict between 20th century ideals and 21st century realities. That's why I'll never get the call from Rogan. That's why I will never get the call from PragerU. That's why I will never get the call from Daily Wire. That's not why I will never get that call, because the first thing I will do is shove their noses right in it. Here's the 21st century reality. Chris Williamson will never call me up because I sound gleeful. No, it's because I'm quoting the same data as the people that he brings on his show. It's just that I connect dots differently. There we go. We're back. Sorry. My bad. I didn't get canceled. No, I didn't. I got canceled by? I got canceled by StreamYard. StreamYard, you dropped the ball, my friends. I don't know what else to tell you, but you really kind of screwed the pooch on all of this. Am I good now? Can you hear me now? Are we good, Sammy? Tell me I'm good, Sammy. Give me the A-OK. Give me a one in the chat, and the one in the chat if I'm good. Can you hear me okay? We good? We good? We good. I wasn't born in 1970. Thank you very much. We're good. Okay, thank you. All right. I have no earthly idea what the fuck is going on with it. And no, I'm not. Wait a minute. Maybe it was this. FBI, open up! Yeah, I don't know what's happening, man. I just do not know what's going on with StreamYard right now. I'm gonna have to call in. Maybe I didn't stop to look. I thought it was an isolated incident when all the shit was going down with when I did my show yesterday. I'm just gonna turn off dark mode. Maybe that has something to do with it. There we go. Okay. All right, we're better. We're back. We're better off now. I wonder if I can do this. Let me see if this is it. I just reloaded, so this is okay. This is a test. Okay, I'm sorry I got caught up in my monologuing here. In fact, this whole show has been monologuing, courtesy of this monologue brought to you by StreamYard. Let's see. I can't imagine other StreamYard users aren't having problems like this. Where did we go? I'm gonna see if I can make this work. I don't know if maybe it's like buff. Is there like a cache buffer or something like that? I mean, I know how to get enough to get myself in trouble. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can push this over. There we go. I do this all for like show quality, and then it fucks me for trying to do it. Let's see. Will this work? Can this just pop right up? Hey, it worked. Holy crap. Okay, well, maybe that was it. This was the Shoeonhead tweet that she threw out here. What's up with red pillars and vasectomies, bro? They are not always reversible. This is terrible advice. No. It's a joke. It's a troll. Remember how you guys were so, gleeful when you thought you were trolling me with all that bullshit last month? Guess what? You're still involved in the same troll. Dumbass. You must be a boomer. I mean, how many shows How many shows do I have to do for you guys to get it? Probably none, because you're deliberately not getting it at this point. Now we know what the grift is. Got it? Yeah, kayfabe. That's exactly what it is right now. All right. I'm going to try one more thing. Hang on. I'm going to see if I could do a video, because I was going to put some videos out, and now it seems like we have come back from the brink. All I had to do was crash. Oh, here it is. Okay. I don't want to. God, cookie time for good boy. Fuck, I can't even believe I threw that on there. No, that's not it. Is this Lauren Chen? Yeah. I hope this works. Hopefully this is the right codec. No, it's the wrong codec. Hang on. It gave me a warning. Hang on. Where's the other video file? I wonder if that would come in. I bet I could grab it on YouTube. You see, one of the things that I always try to do is I try to maximize, as you know, I am very pragmatic minded, and I try to maximize efficiency. So what I do is I download clips. Here's how the sausage gets made here. I download clips from either Instagram or Twitter or YouTube or wherever the video happens to be that people link me. And then I have to use it to upload it into, it's on my desktop or it's on my computer or whatever. And then I have to go and I grab it and I host it. Now, I don't go to YouTube and host it. I host it myself here on my system. And which is much, because then you don't get it doesn't stall out because you're not using the same bandwidth. Because like what I've told Chris Pogson this a million times, whenever you stream from your live stream from StreamYard to YouTube, you're using the same bandwidth. So yeah, you're going to get those. It's going to be choppy. And sometimes especially if you have a high traffic show like Myron and Fresh. So then it becomes really difficult, and it's much more efficient to do what I generally do here. But now I'm getting kind of fucked because they have changed up so much recently. Let's see if I can just do this. Can I do this? Oh, hell. Is gratitude. Okay, that was a gratitude. Oh, did I just get back all of my super chats? Maybe I did. Oh, that was the one more. Thank you for your super chat. What is this one? Behavior of women convinced men and undeniable statistics. The behavior of women convinced men and undeniable statistics. It did. That's a really good observation, JB. I'm not trying to turn today into a Q&A, but sometimes it ends up being like that. But that's pertinent to what we were talking about today. Yeah, the thing is that the red pill is unignorable. Now, when I see Lauren Chen try to jump on the coattails of that vasectomy, I'm a vasectomologist. Thank you. I've decided I'm going to go back to school, med school. I'm going to learn how to be to give vasectomies to people. Yeah, because that's what I was dead ass serious. Sorry, you won't be seeing me for a long time because it's going to take me at least another 8 years in med school because I know nothing about it. No, I mean I think what's happening right now is the red pill's become so unignorable that people have tried to apply cope to it, and they always do that. That's all. Denial is always going to be something, but the cope now is profitable. Like you can put cope to, well, that's basically what those tweets were. It's cope tweets. You can put those cope tweets out there and people will praise you for it. And Uncle Elon will give you some money for it too. So why not reheat those old spicy tweets? Hell, maybe I ought to do that. Maybe I should go and reheat that one, see what happens. Yeah, no, really seriously, guys, I was dead ass serious. Let's have another conversation about it. Count my Elon bucks. Yeah. Making it rain. It would be in my best interest to do that, but that ain't me. Let's see. Oh, really? You caught Ruslan red-handed lying about your debate? Oh, my goodness. You know what else he's lied about? Andrew Tate. Yeah. Oh, do I have that? Let me see. Hold on. I might have left it on the desktop. Hang on. Oops. The hell? Hang on one second. It's right here. Oh, there we go. Where? No, not that one. Not that one. I got a bunch of stuff on the desktop right now. Oh God. I'm going to save the best for last. I was just looking at some of these that actually have finally come through. Here it is. Oh, joy of joys. No, that's definitely not it. Where did I put the Ruslan show? I have the Ruslan show somewhere in here. Oh, you know what? I'll see what I can do here. Now, I'm not going to give him any oxygen more than I already have, but Ruslan has recently been one of the reasons why even I'm talking about the morals to the manosphere, right? The reason why we're reheating all these moralistic like conversations or these topics right now, not just the financial end, there's a lot of money being exchanged over this, but a lot of the people who were really on board with Andrew Tate suddenly are kind of trying to sunset themselves out of it. And Ruslan is one of those guys. He's got some new, and I don't think about this guy. I only think about him when like Glenn throws something at me or somebody else says, oh, did you hear that? Like, I only think about him when the Viking dad brings him up. Okay. And the only time Ruslan starts talking shit about me, or he starts talking, or not just him, by the way, because I can also say, sort of indirectly, Lauren Chen, Shoeonhead indirectly, Candace Owens indirectly. Trying to think who. Macklemore. Mac and Murphy. That's what it is. Macklemore comes at me. I'm gonna pop some red pill juice. No, when they start throwing shit at you, and these guys are grifters when they do but go to Macklemore's Macklemore's. That's okay. You should give up the red pill shit and like start rapping. Seriously, with a name like Mac and Murphy, please go do it. But no, when you're doing these quick hit, ADHD videos that are 45 seconds long, you debunking some stupid aspect of a very misunderstood, aspect of the red pill, and you flash my face on it. Those red pill guys said this, Myron. Those red pill fresh is like, if that's you're disingenuous, and I don't want to trust me. I have enough disingenuous grifting fucks in my life than to like think that I in any way owe you a debate. But really, go stick to Rich Cooper. He's got a new panel show too after leaving the Manosphere. I guess he's back in the Manosphere now. But apparently, the way he does girl panel shows is better than everybody else's. So don't complain about it. I just work here. But long story short, when I have people coming at me, it's usually because their numbers are falling. It's usually because they're trying to generate interest. Their book sales are falling. Their video subs are falling. Or maybe you're like the rest of us, bro, and you're being shadow banned by YouTube right now. And you're being shadow banned by social media. You remember when I said, what's old is new? It's going to come back in a cycle, in the election cycle. The last time I got shadow banned, when do you think that was, children? 2020. 4 years ago to the day. And you know what? I'll get unshadow banned November 5th, 7th? What's the first Tuesday in next year in November? That's when I'll get unshadow banned. So whenever numbers start taking a dive, that's when the grifters come out of the woodwork. And I think it's kind of interesting because you've got Ruslan once again trying to get an expert witness in Jordan Peterson. Ruslan, can I just give you a bit of professional advice? When it comes to the Petersons and Andrew Tate, you should probably do a little bit more homework on Michaela Peterson. You really should. There was a point, and I don't know if this is what you're referring to, Viking Dad, but there was a point in the quote-unquote debate, because it wasn't really a debate, but the discussion I had, let's just say, with Ruslan and Adam Sosnick back in the day, there was a point during that conversation where I asked him about, we were talking about Andrew Tate. I think it was Sauce that brought it up. And it was when Sosnick was making the point that Andrew Tate had become an Orthodox Christian. And I asked him, do you think that that's for real? Do you think this is not just part of the shtick? And of course, What was the answer? Glenn, what was the answer? I know what the answer was. I don't have it queued up. I got another thing queued up, though. The reason why I even asked him about is that what it is? Andrew Tate, MLM. No, it wasn't the multi-level marketing thing. No, the reason why I asked him about that, because he had already done like a day before or 2 days before, in the same week that I had the show with Ruslan, he had done a really intensive like one-on-one with Patrick Bet-David. And that was also part of the conversation. Do you think that Tate is what do you think of Andrew Tate? And of course, the reason why they were doing that is because everyone was talking about Andrew Tate. Everybody was his best friend from childhood. Everybody went to middle school with Andrew Tate. Everybody was his next door neighbor. Let me tell you a little bit about Andrew Tate. I even called Jevani Avila on it, right? I don't know anything about Andrew Tate, but for the next 45 minutes, I'm going to tell you everything about Andrew Tate. Like, can you just say, I don't know, but I'll find out? It's not that hard. But anyways, there was the reason why I even brought the conversation up was because I'd seen that interview between Ruslan and Patrick Bet-David. In fact, I have it queued up right now. Where'd it go? That's that. Rollo smacks his lips too much. I'm thinking. Just chill out for a second. This was it right here. Hopefully this will come. Oh, God damn it. Let me do one thing here. This is too good not to do. Hang on. I got to change the codec real quick. It won't take but a second. Why another way that freaking what is it? StreamYard is screwing me around. We have to. I should just make you guys do this. We'll go over to the Convert site so that we can do this. Go to this website, upload your thing to convert your file that is an MP4 to another MP4. Great. You know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go straight to. I'm just see if I can stream this from YouTube. Where did it go? No, that wasn't it. Where is it? Video's good. No. Oh, that was it. Okay. Let's see if I can. I'm just gonna live stream this straight from YouTube because it's easier to do that. It won't take as much time. Share screen window and here. Oh, not that one. Why is it not? Oh, finally. Okay, that's it. Here we go. And share the audio tab. Got it. Can you guys see this? Yes, you can. Awesome. Wow, it actually works. Something actually worked in this show. This is the technical difficulties show. So this is the video I was referring to. Okay. Now, I'm not going to show the. You guys can go over and look at Ruslan's most recent video talking about how all these guys in the moral sphere. I want to say something different, but I'm not. They're all. You want to know why Candace is going on whatever podcast. You want to know why Lauren Chen is talking shit. You want to know why Shoeonhead is talking shit. All these TRADCONS because now's their moment to shine, right? And his bullshit was, everybody, of course, I'm the face of the red pill, whether you mention my name or you don't, but they all want to say, it's time to go pile on the red pill. Well, guess what? This you, bro? I mean, seriously, this you?
From hardware to software, Phone 2 is an entirely...
This is the first time I'm ever commenting on Andrew Tate, so you're actually getting my first commentary on Andrew Tate.
I was able to sit down with Valuetainment's very own Patrick Bet-David for an extended hour-long interview. In the conversation, we covered a variety of topics, but I wanted to hone in on this part of the conversation as we discuss his contentious conversation with CoffeeZilla calling him out about running an MLM, his thoughts on Andrew Tate's similar business model, and how his faith drives a lot of what he does. This entire unedited extended interview is available on Patreon now, and you could access it for only $5 a month.
Ruslan.
I think conference.
All right, anybody giving me grief about like not having $1,000 course or something yesterday, or like he never misses a broccoli head here, never misses an opportunity to put on a Bless God t-shirt. So hey, merch, do it, do whatever works, man. But let's just let's admit where our bread is buttered. I'm going to scrub this up to the point where he starts talking about Andrew Tate, because this is fantastic.
You got a $2,000 check, you're getting charged back $2,000.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to back it up here. There we go. 4 minutes.
if you don't use it, I don't get charged back $5,000 because you never use it.
Right.
But if I do buy prepaid legal and you get advance and I cancel it next month, you got a chargeback.
Okay.
If I buy a life insurance policy and I cancel it a month later, you got a $2,000 check, you're getting charged back $2,000.
Yeah.
So there is no gaming of insurance. This is why gamers leave insurance. Gamers typically will come into the insurance business, try to game it. 3 months later, like, no, this is too complicated.
This is not it. Hold on a second. It's this.
Let me bring it full circle. So now there's a new personality blowing up everywhere. I think he's gained 2 million followers on Instagram in the last couple of weeks.
This was just last year in July.
And the accusation, which I think this is different, but I just want to get your take on him. The accusation is Andrew Tate is using an MLM style format to grow his brand. I'm not sure if you're familiar with how it works. You sign up for Hustlers University, and I guess a certain amount of people repurpose his content, make YouTube pages around his content, TikTok pages around his content, and get an affiliate for everyone who signs up to Hustlers University underneath him. What's your impression of the brand and what he's doing, and what do you think about that as a business model to grow online?
So let's talk about it. This is the first time I'm ever commenting on Andrew Tate. So you're actually getting my first commentary on Andrew Tate. I think he is an absolute genius. I think he's a beast. I think he's figured out a way how to get under people's butt and skins, and he's poking it even more. So the more he goes like this, the more you react, he pushes even more. The challenge,
Mark that.
most of the time is when you go like this, you react, oh, I'm so sorry. He's just like, oh, you don't push it. Let me keep doing it. So that is an art that only a few people have. He has, Jake Paul has, Connor has, Trump has. Elon Musk has. That's not a skill set that a lot of people have and they're comfortable with, because most people are non-confrontational, and he's very comfortable being confrontational. Kudos to him. Now, let's talk about, by the way, we both follow each other on Instagram, so I like what he's doing, and more power to him to make his money. I salute him. He's got...
We follow each other on Instagram just 2 weeks ago.
What? I think he's got an online program, like a university. That
it's a combination of different courses that he's put together over the years.
And he's what? The accusation is that he's getting his followers to repost the stuff all over the place, so it's making him more viral and all that.
Yeah.
What are you jealous about? Whoever's saying it, why don't you go do it? You mean to tell me?
Well, especially if people are able to keep the AdSense.
So you know what this is? I'm going to hold it right here for a quick second. I hear this all the time. Why are you doing a show on Jordan Peterson or Michaela Peterson or Pearl? We just had it just 2 seconds ago. What are you, jealous? No, I have to clean up her mess. Basically, is what it is. You're professionally jealous. The very first time I was critical, I was critical of Jordan Peterson before it was cool to be critical of Jordan Peterson. Me and Ryan Stone, by the way, I got to give Ryan some props here too, because we were both on the same track. But when we were not popular people for like calling it like it is, because everybody in the red pill community, in the manosphere, and the male self-improvement sphere, boy, you do not want to attack Saint Peterson or his progeny, because if you do, you're going to bring the wrath of his entire Spurg army, Tradcon army, whatever they were, army down on top of your head, just by in any way you can be minutely critical of him. And the first criticism is, the only reason you're saying that is because you're professionally jealous. No, I'm trying to help people from getting rolled. I'm trying to point out inconsistencies here. You'll never have a conversation with him. He's so much better than you. I'm like, you didn't even know who he was in 2016. You know who fuck I was. You didn't have jack shit to say about that. You must be professionally jealous. Kevin Samuel said the same thing. I was never really super critical of Kevin anyways, because I was like, what are they going to say? I actually kind of like Kevin, but the anytime I would say when he uses the term war brides, that's from my book. How dare you? He came up with that. No, you're plagiarizing his work. No, he's plagiarizing my work, and then I'm plagiarizing his work. So technically I'm plagiarizing myself. That's how popular. I guess we've come full circle. You'll know you've made it when people accuse you of plagiarizing yourself. Rollo Tomasi, he said that. Who are you? Rollo Tomasi? What? Yeah. No, you can't. He's much better. He's much younger and better looking than you. Oh, God. It's It's more than a man can take. Now, here's the great thing. Now, remember when we talk about women's body count, when we talk about women being on OnlyFans, Ruslan is like an OnlyFans girl. That's why I said TRADCONS are feminists, not the red pill guys. We're consistent. We don't go flip-flopping around, blowing with the wind like an eel in the fucking weeds. Is this you, bro? This you? Because you're talking shit about Andrew Tate right now, and you also have this show that we're talking about TRADCONS who are talking shit about Andrew Tate. And those same TRADCONS were just like you in this video doing the same fucking thing.
There's all these fan pages around his content.
They'll post it. Keep ads. But the point is the following. So let's actually unpack what people are really saying. So let me get this straight. You're upset that all these Instagram accounts are showing highlights of Conor McGregor knocking people out. You're upset that people are creating hit lists, knockout videos of Mike Tyson. It's got 58 million views.
No, that's not what they're saying, and they're not actually upset. They just pointed out that he had, and it's not MLM. He's correct. It's an affiliate funnel marketing system, not MLM, multi-level marketing. That's 20th century. What did I just say? You're still stuck in this idea of 20th century Amway, Tupperware, whatever I don't know. What's the other one? Alcoa, like Cutco, like whatever Herbalife. That was in fucking the middle of the 90s, man. Wake the fuck up.
It's 42 million views. What is the difference between all these highlights of Michael Jordan, highlights of, Trump trolling somebody, highlights of, what Jake Paul's doing right now, going up, highlights of Dana White, what's the difference? Yeah. I think the only thing that upsets people is the following. This is what people get upset about. They get upset at how fast somebody becomes famous and passes them up. Everyone likes you as long as you're smaller than them until they get ahead of you. Then they're like, yeah, this guy's probably doing something shady. No, he's just whooping your ass. And the market is saying, that guy's better than you at market.
Yeah.
Or they might have been right and something shady was actually going on. Here we are over a year later. What are the accusations? I'm not saying they're true. I'm not saying they're false. I'm just saying, what are they saying? I just work here. No, I'm not coming down on anybody's side or against anybody's side. I'm just saying, look what's happening. Feel the pulse of the people. Feel the pulse of society. This is why people are fucked up. Human beings are very fucked up. Hugely fucked up. I'm going to let them keep going. I got another thread to pull on that one, but let's keep going.
What do you think about that as a business model for growing social media platform? Is that something you'd be, because I know you guys have a valuetainment membership type of thing.
Right.
Could you see that working for other guys? Hey.
You know what gets me about guys like this? And by the way, I want to, full disclosure. Okay. After I had the conversation with Ruslan back then, I think I got the same feeling that Coco, like Glenn Lawrence, Coco Lawrence, is that her last name? Coco Lawrence got when she was on our show on Access Vegas with Zerka. And she told me after the show, she says, I hate shit like that because it gives Christianity a bad name. And she is very convicted. She is sincerely convicted. She lives by her convictions. Got it. Good. Probably one of the first, women I would actually agree. I would say, you know what? She's probably walks the walk and talks the talk. Right. And I got the same feeling after I'm like, this guy is like, he's not about what he's talking about. He's about whatever is the next thing, how can I do that? How can I get a funnel out of this? How can I grow this? How can I put more merchandise out? And everything is that he puts out is not about Christianity. It is about whatever the new hotness is, whatever the new grift is, whatever new the angle is, whatever the new merchandise, the branding, that whatever. Remember in my fifth book, and it's in the very first chapters, and it's called the Ziggy Stardust Effect. Okay, so this is Ziggy Stardust. This is a guy who he is his brand. Patrick Bet-David, I would probably say the same thing about too. They're all brand. There is no man left. They are just the characters that they created, the personas that they've created for themselves on screen, on YouTube, on the internet, in front of, nothing comes out of their mouths that isn't on brand. And that conflicts, at least in my book, with sincere spiritual belief in anything else. And if you want a deeper dive into that, you can always go get my book, Religion, which is my 4th book. But it's the Ziggy Stardust effect. You create this character and then the character takes over. And that's what Broccoli Head is here. He's his own character. He's his own, he's the guy, the man that used to be Ruslan, the guy that used to be a white boy Christian rapper. And by the way, yes, I know who Trey Little is, and he knows who you are too. I've got a lot of information, trust me. But I even asked him in the interview, I said, what makes you more money? Doing what you're doing now, or putting out rap CDs, Christian rap CDs as a white Christian rapper in San Diego, wherever he's at, right? And that's when he kind of looked a little sheepish about that, because he couldn't deny he's making a shit ton. I make more money doing it. I know the grift, right? I'll put it this way. I still use my graphic design skills and what I do, but that's what I used to do. I used to be an art director. I used to work in wine and spirits. I used to work in casino marketing. I used to work in what used to be called IGT, International Game Technologies. That's pretty much what I did, is marketing, branding, brand identity, promotions. It was the funnest time was when I was doing it in, wine and spirits. But the thing is like, I use that as sort of now all that experience is a tool in my toolbox. And the Rollo Tomasi that you see right now is the same one that definitely not the same one, but certainly I'm still as real as I used to be when I was, 2006, right? Or 2004, technically 2 when I was at So Suave. But I've been doing this for 22 years now. I have been more consistent in what I do in 22 years than most of these guys have been in 1 fucking year. You're all brand. That's all you're about. And that, I'll tell you the reason why this rubs me the wrong way is because this is supposed to be a representation of Christianity. Zerka was supposed to be a representation of Christianity. It rubbed Coco the wrong way. It rubbed me the wrong way. And that's why I went and I started that. You want to know why I started a relationship with the guys from the Iron Disciples? Because they're fucking real. They're real dudes. They're sincere about their convictions. They're sincere about their relationships with their God. They are sincere about their, being who they are in the 21st century. They understand modern realities. This is a guy who's stuck in the 20th century, talking to another guy who's stuck in the 20th century. But I can't say that because then I'm jealous and I'm professionally jealous and, they're just more successful than you, Rollo. No, I'm pointing out inconsistencies. I'm not making money doing it. I don't care, but I'm going to point it out. Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. So when I go and I talk to the guys like Joe and John and Mike from Iron Disciples, at least I'm talking to somebody having a reasonable conversation because I'm talking to the man and not the brand. And at some point, the man stops talking and the brand just keeps going. And that's all this is all this is a brand showcase. Life is a brand showcase for guys like this.
You guys free reign on all my content, take it, chop it, do whatever you want, and you get an affiliate for signing up to our.
I think it's a brilliant model. We don't do that, but
But I bet you there's something that's similar to it, like funnel marketing, affiliate marketing. Everybody does some form of it. I did it just yesterday with my good friend and business partner, Miguel Munoz and Charlie.
What I'm saying is, do you think more people will do it after the proof of concept?
I don't think people can do it. Okay. That's the point. Like, hey, did you hear about such and such made so much money as a YouTuber? I'm going to go do it. Go do it.
You don't think it would work?
No, it's not that it would work. How many guys have 1 million subscriber YouTube channel? Not a lot.
Okay. This right here shows, and I don't want to hit on, this is not about Patrick Bet-Dave, but because everybody does this. There's guys with 1.5 million YouTube. There's guys with 8 million. Hell, what 8? What Brian from whatever podcast is 4.7 right now, or 4.5, I think. Most of which were made from his prank videos, not doing what he's doing, but he's still a come up, definitely. If you think that subscribers are the metric for a successful show, you're thinking in the 21st century. You have no working knowledge of how YouTube does anything. Even the people working for you, hired for you, if they haven't corrected you on this, they don't know it either. There's nothing. Subscribership is a vanity metric. Likes, please like the video, like my video, please do, because for my own edification, but it means means nothing to the algorithm. I was just watching, what's that guy? I forget the guy who does all these YouTube hacks. He has a British accent. Somebody will remember his name. But they basically got a bunch of people to get the most viewed live stream ever in the history of YouTube by just opening extra tabs in the browser. Okay? Opening extra tabs in the browser. Do you think that subs make a difference? Do you think that you can break YouTube's algorithm by getting enough people to sort of like crowdsource opening tabs on your live stream to let's say hack the algorithm or hack YouTube essentially? Do you still think that that's the metric? Do you still think that here's the thing, is like he just doesn't understand this. He doesn't understand that subscriptions are a vanity metric. Like people say, oh wow, Pearl's got 1.5 million. You don't have that, Rollo. You must not be as good. Dude, I subscribe to fishing channels that have 8 million subs. And they make way more money than I do or Pearl does, and probably more than Valuetainment does, because they're in a different niche and they have a new different thing. So the subs mean jack shit. Yeah, it's Spiffing Brit. Thank you very much for that. I'll give you props, Jess. Thank you for that. It was Spiffing Brit that did that. Here, you get that. Yeah, he did the guy's great. Another guy I sub to that has a shit ton of subscribers, right? But basically hacked the algorithm. If you don't know that, are you qualified to say whether or not this guy is like a grifter or he's not a grifter? If you don't know those things, this is 1 year ago when everybody was all caught up in Andrew Tate and we all we were in the honeymoon phase of the Manosphere. Hell, even the roommates were going on Fresh and Fit. Even Abba and Preach, they wanted to be on Fresh and Fit. They wanted that juice just like anybody else. And now they're talking shit about them again. They're talking shit about the red pill. They're talking shit about the same places that gravy that they wanted. Now suddenly they don't want to be a part of it. I'll at least give Abba and Preach a pass because they came out first in August of 2021. That's when they started giving shit to everybody. At least they bugged out, they were the first ones to punch first. And I think what is amazing in all of this is that in the meantime, like right when this is going on, I'm helping Jedediah Bila build her brand on Valuetainment. I'm helping Adam Sosnick. I've helped him by that point, it was like February is when I met him. Then he starts changing his format, starts doing what he's doing. And he's now the Adam Sosnick that everybody knows and loves. And I like him very well. Yeah, it's like, because you're only as good as you understand your market and you understand your niche. And again, this is not a even necessarily a hit on Patrick Bet-David, just in general, just like everybody, right? But it's 20th century ideals in a 21st century reality. It's not really hard to wrap your heads around.
How many have 10 million? Not a lot. Yeah. How many have 100 million? Well, did you see what PewDiePie does? I'm going to go do PewDiePie does. Okay, go ahead, go do it. Mm-hmm. Only one other person been able to do what PewDiePie.
Can somebody tell me how many, just jump over there real quick. How many subscribers does PewDiePie have?
I did, which is who?
Or Mr. Beast. Are they in like the 25 million? I find it very hard to believe that any of them have 100 million subs, but maybe they do.
Mr. Beast. Okay. So I'm going to do Mr. Beast model. How many people have gotten successful to 1/10 of Mr. Beast model? Maybe 5, maybe 10. Not a lot of guys that are doing it, right? So, hey.
So let me throw this hypothetical out there. Mr. Beast is funny. I like him. Cool. But Mr. Beast is Mr. Beast because he's the first one to do it. He got there first. If you tried to be the exact carbon copy of Mr. Beast in 2023, like I said, there's fishing channels that will outperform you. The reason why Mr. Beast is popular, because he got there and people built up a following, and it's over the course of the time that it took for him to be nobody to being the person to being Mr. Beast that we know today, right? By the way, and I hate these guys with a purple passion, but like even Ethan Klein from H3H3, I got to remember, they're making money hand over fist. Tim Pool I've followed Tim Pool since like 2016. making a lot of money and they're married to it and they're stuck in those situations. But the thing is like they're the first ones that did it. So is it because they're raging, they're just so talented, or is it just that they were early adopters? Or am I just being jealous again, professional?
This Jake, the kid, I don't know what the kid's name was. He made $21 million last year on YouTube as an 8-year-old kid. Go let your kid do that.
It's an affiliate. And so that's what I mean. Obviously, Andrew Tate has something that very few people have, but I mean, other creators in the space.
But you have to, okay, so what I'm saying is go do that. But if you're not interesting, no one cares.
True.
This guy's a very, very Psalms this.
Were these verses you had memorized, or you were just?
But so I go meet with this guy, and I said, "So what's in Galatians 1:6? Boom. What's in Deuteronomy this? Boom. What's Proverbs this? Boom. What's Psalms this?"
Were these verses you had memorized, or you were just?
I have it, and I'm asking him. I'm just flipping through the pages, and he has it. So
that's so good.
So impressive. Yeah. Here's a problem.
Innovating and.
Anyways, they get into it right there. I don't think I need to belabor anything more. Let's see if I can close that out. There we go. All right. So, is it that this is the end of the manosphere. It's the end of the red pill. No, I've outlasted you. I will outlast people. I've outlasted people who are way better than you are. I'm still here, and I will outlast everyone who comes after you. I got one more thing to throw on here because this kind of goes along with the TRADCONS, sort of wanting to sort of throw the red pill under the bus. But the main theme that I'm getting into today is, of course, the TRADCONS are feminists, not the red pill. Like I said, things keep coming in cycles, and this, by the way, moralists come in cycles too, and they usually come right before an election cycle because they want to set themselves in sort of this moral high ground position so that when we get to May or June of 2024, when the civil unrest happens and whatever the powers that be have planned for us, at least they can say they're tilling the fields. They're trying to set themselves up in a moral high ground position at this point. This is part of that. And who's the easiest target? Who's the easiest target? Myron Fresh. Who's the easiest target? If there is no boogeyman, no one gets paid. And you know what? I make a pretty good boogeyman. Yeah. Why does Rollo dress like Lucifer Morningstar on Dr. Phil? Now you know why. Give them what they want. Yes. Yep. No, I'm just gonna throw that up there. That's pretty good too. Yeah, well, keep paddling, but would you like me to explain that whole philosophy? This is not a red pill philosophy. This is a Rollo Tomasi personal philosophy. Is at the end of your life, it won't be your trophies on your shelf, and it won't be the accolades, and it won't be your diplomas that you remember the most, or would be remembered for even. If you want to be a remembered person, I think that's probably the one stab at immortality that people have. And even then, all men are equal when their memory fades, right? But hopefully I'm leaving a legacy. Hopefully I'm leaving up to now, I'm leaving 5. If I died tomorrow, I'll be leaving 5 books, and that's pretty damn good. But I had somebody, it was Alex from DatePsych has a tweet out right now. And I would love for all 900 and some odd of whatever of you right now to go and pick this up. I'm going to go grab it real quick. It's too easy not to do this. Hey, Mike. Oh, Mike just invited me to an animal rescue thing that he's hosting. I might go do that because he knows that I rescue animals. Hang on, Mike. As soon as I'm done with the show. God damn it. Can I please just have Twitter? Hang on a second. Why did they have to name this stupid thing X? Couldn't it have been like something else? Twitter Pro? It's never. There we go. You know that it's a great app if it has pro at the end of it. Or Twitter X would have been even better, I think. Where is that? Not that one. Where'd it go? The London Sunday Times did an investigation into Pornhub and found dozens of illegal videos in minutes. Oh, really? Well, that's going to be an interesting story at some point. Where's Alex? Alex from Datepsych. PS. There we are. So this is, I'll put this, well, I don't have to put this on screen. I'll just read it to you. If you guys want to, actually, you know what? Maybe I will put it on screen. All these completely unscientific, like, polls that the guy does. One of the things he was asking for, and God damn it, now I'm not going to be able to find it. Oh boy, I had no idea that this was a real deal, but I'm going to, I'll bring it out here in a second. I love this. So, of course, Alexander from Datepsych has to pile on here too. He says, between MGTOW incels dating advice and that repels women, no. And recommending permanent sterilization, the Manosphere may stop more pregnancies than Planned Parenthood. Really? Got you. It's funny because it's like all these people like that want to come against the Manosphere, or they want to come against like the red pill or whatever. It's like, dude, like at what point are you just gonna,
say my name?
Really? Come at me, bro. I mean, at least I would have some respect for you. Anyways, he's got a poll up asking about what has the Manosphere actually done for you. So I've done shows in the past where I have open calls. And maybe I'll do this again. Actually, we did. Glenn and I did this not too long ago. I have open calls, or I'll put out a public link so people can participate in the show, like actually with video, and say, okay, what's your question? You do Q&As. I'll also do. We'll do like I hate to call it testimonials, but like people will come in and call in and say, I want to tell you, thank you for saving my life. Thank you for saving my son's lives. I had a date with suicide and I canceled it because I read your book, and now my kids have a father as a result. And I mean, I've been through the ringer, and they have too. And it's like, I'm not really used to that because I'm used to people telling me what a piece of shit I am. And then I'll go to Miami, or I was just going to Vegas, and people will look at me and they're like, dude, I have to tell you this. You saved my life. So an hour before, somebody says, I hope you die, and I hope you I hope we got to find a way to get rid of Rollo Tomasi. We got to find a way. He's doing more damage and stopping pregnancies, and he's ruining the West and modern marriage and everything, and we hate this guy. And then like an hour later, I have a guy tell me, like, in tears, telling me right in front of my face, hey, I was if I had not found this, I would not be here today. Imagine how I have to go from one to the next, That's how it's hard to process. The Manosphere stops men from self-deletion. Yes, it does. Game saves lives. The red pill saves lives. Would you like me to prove it to you? I can. I've been doing this for 20 years. I will refer you. And Sammy, why don't you go pick this up for me? Go grab me the safety net. The safety net. Was it the red pill and the safety net essay that I wrote back in 2018? Because I have over 1,000, it's probably more like 2,000 now. I have over 1,000 guys in that comment section who just wanted the opportunity to tell me and to tell other people too, how their lives were changed because of my work. And I'm going to pat myself, because it's my blog, so I'm going to pat myself on for that one, but just the red pill in general. Maybe it was Myron. You want to know why Myron had his sort of like 1 second of like emotionalism when they got demonetized? Because that's where his head was at. When Alex from Playing with Fire, that functionally autistic prick, calls in, oh, you think that I'm going to murder people, or you tell no, that's not what I said. What I said is, like, if you are going to sort of discredit this stuff, first of all, you better come correct, and then second of all, the reason why I get bent out of shape about stuff like that is because you are actively preventing the guys who will say, hey, man, this stuff saved my life and I took the noose off of my neck because of this. You are actively discouraging them from finding the work that would help them. Because you want a popular podcast, because you want clout, because you want some juice. That's why. And you want to know why I get worked up and pissed off at that? Because you're preventing people from finding this stuff. That's why. You want to know why I get bent out of shape because of Destiny and the rest of these fuckwits? That's why. You want to know why Myron got, choked up during that podcast? That's why. It's not rocket science. But apparently it is when you're all brand, when that's all you're about. Well, thank you. You know what? Thank you, Speed Freak, for saying that. And I'll tell you the thing that gets me about this. I could do another one of those shows. I did one for that, V Pro documentary I did about 4 years ago. And it was a Dutch documentary about the manosphere and the male self-improvement sphere. It was like in Holland, right? So you may or may not have seen it, but it was a while back. I did an interview. I was on there with Dr. Warren Farrell. Hannah Rosen was on it. Elliot Hulse was on it. And as a course of that documentary, they asked me to do this. And so I obliged. I had a live call-in or a live stream where I would have, and I did this from a hotel room, and they were shooting over my shoulder and they were listening, and they had the audio jacks in and everything. And I just did this really impromptu show. And I said, if you want to call in and tell me how the red pill and the manosphere has changed your lives for the better or worse, I don't care, whatever you want to say, now's your chance to do it. And I had to stop the stream. I could have kept going for 4 or 5 hours. And as I said, I can go from one high to one low and back up to a high again all the time. I hate it. Absolutely hate this. I hate that if I do that show, it makes me seem like I'm glossing myself. I hate it that it seems like I'm looking for perks and accolades, and I hate it. I hate to give you guys the opportunity to do that. You know why? Because there's some fuckwit that's going to go, oh, he's just doing this because he wants people to sympathize with him, or he wants testimonials, or he's going to use this on for tweets or something like that so he can build his brand. He just sells books. I guarantee you. And I hate even questioning myself on that kind of stuff, because I know these guys are sincere. God damn it. I went and did Babes in Toyland about 2 weeks ago. I couldn't get from the valet to park my car to the club without dragging 6 or 7 guys along with me, because they wanted to shake my hands, take a selfie, tell me about their problems, or tell me about how they changed themselves. And I'm just trying to get from one end of the casino to the next end of the casino. And it's great. But me just telling you this right now, people want to think, oh, he's that guy's so arrogant. Not arrogant. I'm just related. I just work here. Say, look, thank you very much, some guy. Very much. And you've been you win the award for the most super chats of any show ever. Yeah, thank you for that. And let me get to these real quick, because now I seem to be able to do these. Would you consider doing a show with Karen Seitz? I have no earthly idea who you're talking about. Karen Seitz. Anybody know Karen? Karen Seitz? Going once, going twice. Can I get a Karen Seitz? I don't know who she is. I'll look her up for sure. What's this one? Just some guy. No, I'm curious about the stats. I don't care about egalitarianism. Well, you may not care about egalitarianism, but egalitarianism cares about you. Elena Bare, my Russian babushka. I think you're Russian. Pretty sure you're Russian. You have a Russian accent. But, Eastern Bloc countries, it's funny. When I was living in Florida, I got to the point where I could tell, there's a distinction. If you grow up and you live in the South, a Georgia accent from an Alabama accent, definitely from a Texas accent, or North Carolina versus South Carolina. You can tell the different inflections. I finally got good at that, right before I ended up moving back to Reno again. And I hate that I'll listen to somebody from we had a girl from not Romania. Trying to remember where she was from, Eastern Bloc country, right? And I was like, man, she sounds Russian. No, I'm not. No, I'm not Russian. It's like, kill moose and squirrel. She's from some other country, and they get all pissed off that you can't tell the difference between their accent and something else. But Elena is actually Russian. Funny how a land whale. Here you go. Get your digs in. Come on. on the outside and beautiful on the inside only works for women. Great show, Rollo. Thank you very much, my Russian babushka. You have good childbearing heaps. Neighborhood Sniper. I like your Av. Rollo, do you think the blue-haired, you mean the Smurf, Cuck Smurf? Man-child will ever come on Access Vegas? I sincerely doubt it, but trust the invite's open to anybody. I think, and by the way, I put that call out in November of last year. I remember the show I did too. There's only been 2 people that have actually had the balls to come and take me up on it. And they weren't the people who've been banging a gong about how Rollo won't debate me. Here it is. Doors open. I'll pay for the studio time. Crickets. But you know who did? Gary the Numbers guy. Dude, first guy to do it. Held his end of the bargain. I did too. So did Mike. Bitching. You know who else did? Oddly enough, Sergio from Purple Pill Podcast. He did too. Excellent. I got more respect for Gary the Numbers guy and Sergio from Purple Pill Podcast than I do for any of the rest of you schmucks. So prove me a liar. Please do. They can't stand in your crucible. Because I'm going backwards in time. Sorry. What they argue does not stand at all. They're cowards. Yeah. Well, yeah. And I get the crucible reference now. As I've said in the past, the only way to test the strength of an idea is in the crucible of open debate. The problem is that their crucible is on a live stream, or not even a live stream, a pre-record on StreamYard or Zoom or whatever else, so that they can take that crucible, chop it up for the ADHD TLDR generation, so for mass consumption in 45-second bits. That's not a crucible. That's marketing. That's funnel marketing is what that is. Okay. Are evolutionary psychology, Michael Sartain books, still good to read, even though we have your books and connect the dots? Okay. So here's that's actually a pretty intelligent question, Siege. Please read those books. Don't just read my books. I'm not okay. Here's what gets me. One of the reasons why I have problems with like the TRADCONS and douche nozzles. The reason I have a problem with these guys coming at the red pill right now, and I didn't want this whole thing to be about the red pill or about them coming in. I'm going to readjust. Sorry. The reason why I have a big problem with these guys is because they're just Johnny come latelys, right? They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know. That's why they only use my face and flash it on there and flash on Myron's, because they don't know who else to refer to. And the reason why they don't is because they're not well read. They don't understand this shit. They don't understand how those red pill guys came to the quick hit like quotes, right? The maxims. That's why I'm writing the maxim book, so I can explain why things like open on her end, close on, your end, whatever, or women make rules for beta, or make rules for alphas, or break rules for alphas and make rules for betas. That's a maxim of the red pill, a maxim of the Manosphere, however you want to slice it up. Women break rules for alphas and make rules for betas. Why do those guys say that? That's so crazy. The 80-20 rule. I just explained that to you. That's a maxim. You know why they don't know that and they want to throw rocks at the red pill? Because they're intellectually lethargic. They don't even have a resource to like, that's why I'm writing the Maxims book. Then at least I can say, I did the work for you. Just read it. Half the reason I'm doing the Maxims book, now that I realize it, half the reason I'm doing that is so like the guys that want to say, well, these red pill guys always say, 80-20 rule. And then they'll misquote it and wonder what's going on. I'm like, no, here, I did the work for you. I actually did the legwork. I wrote it in a chapter, I put it together, nice, concise, comprehensive. Here you go. Okay, well, that means you're a fucking grifter, and I'm not going to have anything to do with you because you're too stupid. You're too intellectually lethargic to actually wrap your head around that stuff. Why does Rollo's, seventh iron rule of Tomasi's, never root through garbage when you've taken the can to the curb? Where does that come from? That's an allegory. I don't understand. Well, you could go to the free website and read it, but you won't, because you don't make any money off of doing that research. You make money off of a 45-second buzz clip for generation ADHD. But you, Siege, are a smart guy. You're a smart motherfucker. And just the fact that you're asking this question is at least it's a sign of intelligence. No, please go read those books. Tell me what you think of them too, by the way. I would love to know. Now, what are those books? Well, Mike's going to say The Evolution of Desire. Okay. Evolution of Desire was published in 1994. It has been updated. Yes, there's abridged and like updated for modern times thing. But you got to remember that the premise and the data sets that are like that whole book is like sort of based on were done quite extensively and with a lot of hard work in the early 1990s, maybe even the late 1980s. Is it still pertinent? Yeah, conceptually it is, but it's like me saying, guys, you should keep going and using all of those great pickup artist techniques from the mid 2000s and get those digits and get a number close and a kiss close, because that's really what matters. You probably tell me to get the fuck out of here, old man. Okay, boomer. That's what you would say. But you don't say that to that book. Still a good read. Definitely, at least it will give you foundations. That's fine. What else? I'm always going to say, people ask me for like my book suggestions. I don't have a book list yet, but apparently I really need to make one. I would definitely put Evolution of Desire on that list. I would also put Why Men Are the Way They Are by Dr. Warren Farrell. That was published in the late 1980s again. So is the material outdated as far as the research? Yes. But the founding principles are really what is the meat. It's the guts. It's where the real value is. Why men are the way they are. Whenever this is stupid, but whenever anybody asks me about like, Rollo, when did you get red pilled? Because it's a verb, right? When did you get red pilled? I'm like, well, it was over the course of time. It wasn't just one particular incident. It was just sort of like building up a curiosity and an interest. And then I took, behavioral psychology. And so it just kind of built up to the point where I finally published The Rational Male in 2013. But I will say this, one point that I do remember during that time was reading Why Men Are the Way They Are by Dr. Warren Farrell. By the way, I read that when I was right in the middle of my relationship with my borderline personality disordered girlfriend. And that was a wake-up call. So Why Men Are the Way They Are by Dr. Warren Farrell. Read that one. Old book, but still relevant. 48 Laws of Power. When do you think that was published? 1998. We're still talking about it today in 2023. Must be something to it. I highly suggest 48 Laws of Power. Again, how do I get the girls in 48 Laws of Power? You don't. You learn the laws of power, and those are fundamental to so many other fields that you can apply it in many different aspects. 48 Laws of Power. Red Queen by Matt Ridley. That's a good one too. I would almost say the Red Queen is in the same class as Evolution of Desire. The Red Queen by Matt Ridley was what the Ape That Understood the Universe by Steve Stewart Williams, which is also on that book list. That's what it used to be for that era. So the Red Queen, Richard Dawkins' Selfish Gene. Some people like to throw those two together. I would just say that's good, but it's just like, it's so dense. You kind of have to wrap the writing anyways, you got to wrap your head around it. Red Queen is great. The Ape That Understood the Universe. And Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia. I quoted him quite extensively in my book on religion, The Rational Male Religion. And I think that and it doesn't matter whether you're religious or you're not religious, or you're an atheist, you think it's going to shit on religion or it's going to agree with religion, doesn't matter. Read it from a clinical perspective and you will get a lot out of that book. The Ape That Understood the Universe by Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia. That's a good one too. So those are really good ones. If you have anything that's more specific, I think what I need to do is like sort of categorize like specific categories. Say, oh, how do I get my life on track? Read a Mastery by Robert Greene. Great one. 33 strategies of war. I put it on that. It kind of depends. I think one of the reasons I've been kind of hesitant to make a book list is because I could mention like 10 books and they'll go, oh, these are the red pill books that Rollo reads. Yes and no, because they're kind of like function specific. So I'd have to like define those functions. I could probably give you a book reading list of like 40 books in 4 different categories. So what you got? Gandalf. Speaking of bands, I predict that the Goblin will magically be unbanned everywhere closer to the election when it's finally time for him to fulfill the role of Richard Spencer did last election. Yes, he's cast. He's in that role for sure. Bravo, by the way. Well done, Nick. Well done. You got the part. Now let's see if you can pull it off. Now see if you can get the Academy Award. And you know what? Here's my suggestion. I don't give 2 shits about that kid, but here's the thing is I'll give you a little bit of advice. Play it for all it's worth, because on November 7th, whatever it is, the first Tuesday of November of next year, the chuck wagon pulls out. The party's over. Make the most of it. Manosphere stops men from self-deletion. Thank you very much. I agree. Based on that, sounds like we need more toxic masculinity of yours out there. About toxic masculinity. The hater will only project their BS onto others. Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, because the toxic masculinity reminded me of something. Before I do that, though, let me get to Speed Freak. Thank you, Speed Freak, for that. I'll give you another one. Gandalf, I'll give you an example right now before I have to go fly. Finding you and the red pill helped me turn my life around. Marriage and was a major part of my journey of becoming a fighter pilot. Love you, Rollo. Glad I could finally catch you live. I'm glad you did too, Gandalf. And Alex from Datepsych Alex. Any questions? Would you like more? I'm sure there's some more. I introduced my friend to the red pill. He reads all of your books. He was about to become a major simp. Thanks for all your work, and thank you for caring for men. You are welcome, my friend. You know what? Now I have to do this. Hang on. I got to go grab that link again. This doesn't work very well unless I have the link. Man, if I could just show you my Instagram right now, right after the Wet Republic bikini contest, wait. If I could just, man, well, somebody don't get no holes, man. Oh my Lord. Oh, here it is. Finally, thank you. Okay, I got it. I got the link. Okay, here it is. So this is the call to action here. Alexander from Datepsych. Actually, if I can put this up, I will. Let's see if I can get this for you. By the way, thank you for that, Crescent. Yeah. Can I put this? Share this screen, please. Beautiful. Excellent. Okay, this was the tweet I was talking about. Thanks for coming through. All right, here we go. If you would like to go and respond to Alex, I encourage you to go over there and do so. Men who believe the Manosphere has helped you, what specific changes in behavior did you make, and what specific outcomes did you see? If you feel it has been helpful or has been neutral, feel free to share as well. So essentially, I only want to hear from people who have ruined their lives because they found the red pill. But if it's been helpful and or maybe neutral, it's okay. You can participate too. No bias and no setup there, huh, Alex? I try to be pretty fair. Not from those first 2 sentences, because the Manosphere is not a homogenous thing. Yeah, well, at least you got that right. Looking across the Manosphere groups in some of my results, I didn't find that the men were doing better with relationships, however. Let me explain some things to you. Perhaps you would like an education. Yeah, apparently, you're not watching this show, but you'll throw rocks at me and throw rocks at Myron and those red pill guys. Myron, if you're watching, apparently you and I are those red pill guys. Let's see, where's the safety net one here? Because I'm going to give these to you right now. Damn it, hang on one sec. What was it? It was, oh, maybe it's, oh, wait. It's all one word. That's why. Hang on. It would have been in 2017, though. Hold on. I have an actual, why can I not find this? There we go. Confidence and the safety net. That's what it was called. Sorry, I didn't get the confidence part in there. I'm going to throw this one on here. Maybe I'll even like do this live on air. I'll just give him the link right here. I have over, what is the comment count up to this now? My God. So it's on my site, on the Rational Mail, it's called Confidence in the Safety Net. The safety net being like the rib. Okay, so it's up to 1,100 comments on this. This is actually one of my more trafficked posts. I'll bring it up on screen here in just a second, but let's finish with this real quick. Okay, Alex. Oh, let's get back to our good friend Alex. I try to be pretty fair. No, you don't. I didn't find that the men were doing better with their relationships, really, because I have 1,100 guys who are saying that they basically, this being Suicide Prevention Month, by the way, and at least I can say that, Suicide Prevention Month, hashtag Suicide Prevention Month. I can give you at least 1,100 examples from 2017 where people's lives have been changed. Okay, good enough. Nonetheless, many men will say it helped them. At the same time, for every success story anecdote, I see anecdotes of how it didn't help at all. Okay, example. Show me, please. So there seems to be some heterogeneity, big words. There's your $10 word, heterogeneity of experiences. And what success means also seems to vary. So we're going to just make it ambiguous and relative and subjective. Well, that doesn't sound like I usually try to be pretty fair. No, that's called tilling the fields, dumbass. For some, it's getting laid more. For others, I learned the hidden truths about women, and to avoid them seems to be success. So I'm looking. Sound like a neutral or helpful? He's interested in neutral or helpful? No. So I'm looking for some specifics. No, you're not. You're looking for you're looking for some very specifics here. Who did you listen to? What changes in behavior did you make? And how were your life outcomes different? Oh, well, guess what, Alex? Why don't we just throw this up here? I'll give you the link. This is the link that I have for my. I'll say here. Here are 1,100 men who disagree with your, I can't believe I'm doing this live on air, assessment. There. Eat that, put that in your pipe and smoke it. So I would encourage you, if you guys want to go over, and this is the one time I will give Alexander any kind of juice. If you'd like to go over there and tell everybody like exactly like what you think of like my work or his work or anybody else, or, it doesn't have to be me. It could be Myron. It could be Ryan. It could be Red Pill Thor. It could be Aaron Clary for all I know. Aaron Clary's kind of like Red Pill adjacent, I guess now, but he's Red Pill enough. I met him when he was Red Pill. Think of all the guys on Rule Zero. If any of those guys helped you in your life, please go over there and give your testimonial. Because clearly this guy is an unbiased, completely arbitrary, objective observer in all of this. Please go and participate. Here it is. Alex.datepsych. You want me to give you I'll even put this in the chat so you guys can go give him hell. There you go. Here, I'll put this in the live chat. There you go. And okay, Now you can go participate in that completely scientific research that those guys are doing. Jesus Christ. This is the shit I have to work on. All right. You don't have to work on not caring. Keep up the good work. Mark Walks, $50. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, if you actually, you know what, dude, here you go. Please carry that. Mark, go over and make sure you inform DatePsych dude. Rollo was shaking hands and kissing babies after the Babes in Toyland show. Guilty as charged. Wait.
Guilty.
Yes. Yes, I am Dwight. You saved my life, and I'd like to send you a copy of my board game. Hell yeah, because I dig board games. Dude, I could show you a closet full of them right there. Do you have a P.O. box or delivery of option? Tell you what, contact me via email. It's in the description, and I will be happy to give you my shipping address, and I will be happy to play your game. Whatever it may be. Oh, by the way, somebody sent me some really, really cool custom t-shirts. I should have wore one today. I get t-shirts. Everybody else gets these fucking book deals. They get to go on Rogan. I get t-shirts. Thanks. I love you guys. Please give me more t-shirts. I need more black t-shirts. Rollo, please pronounce babushka with stress on the babushka. The babushka. You know what doesn't that mean, like old lady or mama lady? Childbearing keeps the babushka. I like babushka. I just like to say it. It just rolls off the tongue. Rational Trucker. Hey, man. Why is media depicting parents taking their babies into dangerous situations? For example, the Spider-Verse had an effeminate Peter Parker carrying his child on missions. Would you like me to tell you the reason why? Baby Ahsoka was taken hunting, and Avatar 2 with the pregnant warrior. I did see that one. Unfortunate. I didn't see the movie, but I did see that scene. Okay. Why is that? Would you like me to give you, how much? I'll give you the $20 answer. Sure. Okay. You ready? Here we go. The reason why we're trying to, let's say, make pregnant women heroic is because it is reinforcing the blank slate narrative. You can be anything. You can be so super powerful and kick ass. You can be pregnant and defeat Darth Vader. Or I don't know what I'm talking out my ass. You can defeat ninjas while you're pregnant because you're such a badass and you're so skilled and so fast that even when you're pregnant, you can go at it. Okay, so that's number one. On a psychological level and a psychosocial level, it's a great song by Slipknot. On a psychosocial level, the message is this: you can do anything. Anybody can do anything. It's also the same root for gender identity. I can say that. I can't say the other word. Gender identity. It's anybody can be anything. You can identify as a chair. You can identify as whatever. It doesn't matter. We're all going to play along. It's role playing. It's LARPing. It's going to the Renaissance Fair and not breaking character. Oh, you're actually a noble prince from the Holstein area of, the Netherlands in 1580. Oh, how about the CAD? We're not dropping character. We're going to I'll draw my rapier and fight for my lady's honor. That's kayfabe, by the way, also, but it's also staying in character the whole time. That's essentially what blank slate equalists would have us do. You want to know why Jordan Peterson became so popular? Is because he confronted college kids who wanted him to play along. Or I shouldn't say that. They wanted the Canadian government to force language upon him so he would play along. We're all pandering to the collective neuroses of people who want to feel special. It's not special to be homosexual anymore. We got to figure something else out. Oh, we're going to call it Pontiac Transam. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. We're going to call it this. We're going to create 72 different genders. You're a demi boy. Oh, really? Yeah. Here, look, I wrote it down in this book that I actually wrote myself. And now you're a demi boy. I accept it. Thank you. I'm a demi boy. No, you're a weird, fucked up piece of shit is what you are. And you want everybody to play along because you want to feel special. But you don't feel special. I'm homosexual, but that's not even special anymore because once everybody's super, no one will be. So what do? We keep inventing new and new shit, and we keep mandating that people play along with the new shit that makes people feel special, even though you do nothing. And by the way, I should also point out that comes back to a couple of things. It comes back to women's desire to change the game rather than becoming better players of the game. And it also comes back to men's desire to excel in something without ever having to perform. That's the burden of performance. The sort of counterfeit, like fake version of that is not changing the game so much, but you're going to respect me because I'm the best at something that I made up, if that makes sense. And so what that does is it satisfies the burden of performance. That's how you get all, hey, you're going to play along with what I tell you to. You're going to call me Z and Zer. You're going to call me whatever I want you to call me. You're going to call me the God Emperor of the master of mankind. You're going to call me the God Emperor of Holy Terra. That's what I identify as. That always reminds, I got to dig this up. I could never post this because it would be a copyright violation. But there's an episode of Seinfeld, and it was the Maestro ones. There's I think there was two of them, and Elaine is dating the Maestro, and he's actually a maestro. Like I'm the maestro. He is an orchestra or philharmonic like maestro, right? But he's also into like the Eagles, and he's into other stuff like that kind of stuff. And he demands, he just forces this upon everybody. You will call him the maestro. You don't call him by his first name. You say, hey, maestro, right? Or it's like doctor. It's like an honorific, right? But he wants people to call him the maestro. And there's this one point where Jerry is talking to Elaine. He says, why do we have to keep calling this guy a maestro? Why can't we just call him by his first name? Like George or Kramer. Why can't we just why does it have to be this honorific kind of thing, right? And she goes, well, he really is a maestro. He's like, well, what if I wanted you to call me amazing in bed? Well, he's like, but I'm really amazing in bed. I want you to call me that. And it was so ahead of its time, but it's the same dynamic. It's like, if you think about it, when a doctor gets his doctorate in whatever it is, he's now Dr. Jordan Peterson, and you address him Dr. Jordan Peterson. Or if you're doing martial arts, you bow to your sensei, right? Because that's an honorific for he's Master, Joe Blow, and you call him such because it's an honorific. You did the work, you achieved a certain, distinction and respectability and honor. And so people will honor you by using what is technically a pronoun. Doctor is a pronoun. Mr. is a pronoun. Esquire is a pronoun. Those are honorifics, and they're usually used, or Captain Michael Sartain. I call him Captain. Occasionally I call him Captain. What are we doing, Captain? But if you call him Captain Michael Sartain, and you notice that he uses that in his moniker when we do Access Vegas, yeah. Because if you use that and you don't actually have the rank of captain, that's called stolen valor. And essentially, that's what people who want you to use their pronouns are doing. Stolen valor. Just by order of degrees, obviously. That's all pronouns are, is stolen valor. And we're all playing along with it. We're pandering. We're playing to the collective neuroses. We're all in the Renaissance fair, and we can't break character, because if we do, somebody's going to sue us if we do. Why is media depicting parent? Okay, so that's why, because we're all playing along. We're all playing along with the fantasy and the idea that, hey, it's a possibility. It's so much in the realm of possibility that a pregnant woman could actually kick ass and take names. You believe that? No one does. In fact, dangerously so. If we created a character, a popular cartoon character of a little boy who gets a superpower of flight, like he can fly, like Superman, right? And he does so, and he learns it, and he figures out that he can fly by going up on top of his house and jumping off the house, the cape on his back, and he learns to fly. And we go, yeah, anybody can do that. Junior, why don't you get up there and try? Because, you know, that's a great example. He's a great role model. Jimmy the Flying Kid can actually do this. Why don't you go up there and try yourself? And the kid, no, we will call that like dangerous. We will call that irresponsible, but we won't call it irresponsible when we play along with the bullshit of blank slateism. There you go. Happy? Thank you for the super sticker that I cannot post on StreamYard yet. I just sent an email for a personal counseling inquiry. Thank you for another great podcast. I appreciate it, and I will get back to you as Monday morning. How's that? At the end of the day, nuclear caught. Dude, we need you on Rule Zero, by the way. It's all about the lives that are saved. Your detractors delude themselves into thinking that their thinking helps men. Yeah, well, and dangerously so. See, it's one thing if all it was about, like even the money part, like wanting to hustle and you know, pimp themselves, whore themselves out for money and by shitting on other people who are like helping save lives. The problem I have with that is not even so much the money that they're trying to make. It's the fact that they're actively becoming an obstacle between this work, whatever this is, and themselves and helping themselves. That's why I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with people making money, even in the most dirty, filthiest way possible, because respect the hustle, right? That's what we're supposed to do, right? But I do have a problem when you actively aid and abet people in their own downfall, their own deletions. That's where I have to draw the line. And so as I was saying before, at the end of your life, it will not be about the trophies on your shelves. It will not be about your accolades. It will not be about those shiny silver plaques from YouTube on my wall right now. It will be about your body of work is what it will be about. I thank you for this, Caudiel, because I was going to say this when I was talking about Ruslan, my shit talking Ruslan a minute ago. It's going to be about your body of work. It's not, oh, look, I interviewed Patrick Bet David. Remember that time? Dude, I was there before you. I had Patrick Bet David say he was trying to get an interview with Patrick Bet David with Mike. Mike Sartain wanted to get an interview with Patrick Bet David last month. We got Sosnick instead, which I'm glad to say was actually probably a better show. But I was like, you know, I realize he's kind of a big deal to you. Mike's kind of still in the honeymoon phase and all this. I've kind of been there and done that with PBD. And again, nothing against it. Don't say, oh, he's coming at PBD. I'm not coming at PBD. I'm just, again, I just work here. I'm just pointing out sort of inconsistencies, and not really with PBD because I know what he's about. It's Ruslan. But you know, it's not about the plaques or the interviews or the hero worship or anything else. When you are on your deathbed, it's going to be about your body of work. It's going to be in sum total. And as I was telling you guys just a little while ago and on yesterday's show with Miguel, we do a lot. We do so fucking much. I mean, to the point where like, I mean, there's no way not to really keep up with, especially at my age, right? There's no really way to not keep up with the shit that we're doing. And I'm an ideas guy. So I'm on, and some of it is just spaghetti on the wall and some of it sticks, right? But I mean, there's no way not to overclock yourself and like push yourself to the limit, because there's so much I feel like I have to do. And I think it kind of is derived from the idea that it's your body of work at the end of the day, and it's not really, you know, trophies on the shelf. What you got? My girl goes to a gym. Good. Off to a good start already, but I asked her to go to an all-girls gym. Oh, you asked this last time. You mean like curves? Only in the 21st century do we have curves. Is that asking too much of her? Because you don't want other dudes looking at your chick? Is that why? Is that asking too much? Thoughts? She said she will. Well, then I don't see why it's a big deal. But it sounds like it's a big deal to you, not so much to her. Because she's like, I don't know, where do you want to be? Yeah, free gym membership? Where do you want me to go? Oh, the all-girls gym? Okay. Workout's a workout. Planet Fitness. I would avoid Planet Fitness. Because the lunk alarm and all that bullshit. Like, do not reward them with your money. Curves, whatever it is, an all female gym are you doing it because you don't want other dudes? You don't want like personal trainers to like hit on your hit on your bitch and take her home? Is that why? I would want to know what's your reasoning behind that. If she says she'll go and it's no big deal to her, then it's really all about, you're asking me because of you. I need to know where your head's at a little bit more. Hey, Rollo, thanks for everything. You're welcome. Got red pilled in 2017 and changed how I interact with women. The men I associate with are asking questions as well. Yes, because you will only get what you've got if you keep doing what you've done. Apparently, Alex from Datepsych has never heard that red pill maxim from Mystery, not me. I'm, by the way, when I do maxims, when I'm finally done with the maxims, I am attributing everyone that's not me to whoever said it. Just throwing that out there. I will pay my dues. Pay the cheese tax. Hey, Rollo, thanks for everything. Got red pill. Okay, I got to you. I love it when I like reread the ones I just did. God damn it. Here we go again. Give it to me. I identify as the sky because I make it motherfucking rain. You gave me $100 just to say that.
Say my name.
You are the man. All right. Hide current comment. I see, like, what is it? Is it because it's like recording maybe? I don't know. As soon as I'm done with this stream, I'm going to go look at the troubleshooting thing on StreamYard because this was not this way before. What do you got? Raiders with the DUB. All right, Raider Nation. Thank you. By the way, I got this at the Raider store in the Las Vegas airport. This is an LV version. I have my other one's Oakland, by the way. My black one's Oakland. And Jimmy G, porn star Jimmy Garoppolo. Porn star Jimmy. How did that happen? Raiders. What's up? I looked at the confidence and safety net. It's 20% your article, 80% comments. Yeah. Thank you very much. On my phone, 5-inch screen, 1-inch article, 4 inches of comments. Do you think that will make whatever Alex and the rest of these grifters happy? Probably not. Why does he always whisper? For dramatic effect. That's why. You have to do that because if you don't have highs and lows, you know what? I don't think people realize this. I learned this from Pat Campbell, by the way. Whenever you're talking, like doing public speaking, you have to, especially in this line of work. So what I do, podcasting, all that stuff, you almost have to like adopt the speaking style of like a Presbyterian preacher or Baptist minister. If you've ever been to like, and Lord knows I have been, you may go to like a church in the deep South and like 90%, black, right? There is a style, there is a cadence, there is and it doesn't always have to be black, but I mean, what I'm saying is like Presbyterian and Baptist. And it's usually they're talking like this, and they'll be like, and they go up really high, and then they drop down really low, so you'll pay attention a little bit more. And then they'll drop, and they'll build, 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 and the Lord said, "Hellfire down on Sodom and Gomorrah." But we're not going to talk about that. Like that whole rise and fall. That's a talent. It's a gift, man. God, I wish I had that gift. What do we got? Yeah. So she ain't looked at. Okay, so you don't want dudes looking at your bitch. Got it. Well, okay, I'm not going to go there because I know other people are going to say this anyways. What, do you want her to wear a burqa? No, you don't. I get it. If you're concerned about that, are you like really, I would be more concerned with your thinking. Is this the only girl you've ever done this with? Like, maybe that's a better question before I dive in too deep. I kind of said it to her jokingly, but she agreed. But yeah, last week you thought I meant I wanted her to go to the gym at all. That's usually where I start because that's a conflict my couples have. But since she knows it won't bother me if not. Okay, she knows it won't bother me if not. Okay. So my initial thinking here is it's not about her, it's about you. And it's mate guarding is what you're essentially like the thought in your head. By the way, mental point of origin. This is a great example of this. The thought in your head, the first thought that comes in your head, you say, okay, I want did she say she wanted to go to the gym, or you wanted her to go to the gym? And then, oh, by the way, I want you to go to an all female gym. That's kind of where I have to I got to wrap my head around what happened. And maybe this is really, we take this offline and just, you can email me and I'll pick your brain a little bit. However, it's a good example of mental point of origin. I need my girl to go to the gym, but I want her to go to an all female gym. Well, the first part of that conversation is why? Why do you want that to happen? Because you don't want other guys checking her out and possibly losing her. That stems from mate guarding. That stems from, okay. And by the way, that's not an insecurity. Don't let anybody tell you that, like, your desire for her to go do that. Don't let anyone tell you that that's an insecurity. Mate guarding is a feature of male nature and human nature. It's a feature, not a bug. The fact that the fact that you're even like thinking about that, though, that's a little more concerning, because that's like the first thing that jumps into your head. I would never think of that. If my wife said, hey, I want to go and join another gym. I don't know how I feel about that. Can you join Curves? My wife is like thin as a rail. Curve. She'd be like, Curve. Isn't that a fat girl's gym? No. Anything with Platinum Fitness. But, do you think that something strange is going to happen? Is she going to wear yoga pants to go for leg day? She's going to do like a stiff-legged stiff-legged, like the hamstring raise. What is deadlifts? Yeah, stiff-legged deadlifts. Are you worried that that's going to be something she's going to do? I don't know. I don't know your situation. I can't really give you something really, really comprehensive during the course of a show, but it's a good start. I think really you need to start asking yourself the questions, not so much her. Because you said she had no problem doing that. So maybe you kind of like you second guessed her for no real good reason. And by the way, again, there's nothing wrong with that. Jealousy is something like it's going to happen. How you deal with it, that's another thing. So the fact that you want to mate guard is a feature, not a bug. In fact, the only reason that we still mate guard as men today is because the guys that lived before our grandfathers and great grandfathers, all the way on back till we were alligators in the ocean, they all mate guarded. So you have mate guarding instincts too. So do women too, but just for different reasons. That's another gendered concept, mate guarding. That's a good one. Man, I got to put that in here too. All right. Yeah, you're kind of right. Oh my God, I'll never find another one as good as her. Man, you can't think in terms of the soulmate myth. Soulmate myth, one-itis, that good stuff. Oh God. Okay. I wasn't going to make this public, but I think I almost have to now. So here's one more tweet. I felt like I got to do this. A guy who I think he's trying to get his master's degree or his doctorate. I can't remember, but dude's name is William Costello. He is supposed to be a sexologist of some sort. He was published in the Journal of Sex Research. I had a real problem with this guy because he decided to use some really shady like research methodologies in his sort of experiments. He did like these polls of incel communities because being an incel is the new hotness, right? Or calling someone an incel or trying to figure out if they're an incel, right? And so the thing was called the mating psychology of incels, involuntary celibates. And then it goes into like he did all this stuff. And the reason why I had a problem with his research is, first of all, it's him doing I want to say it's his master's thesis. I don't think it was his doctorate, but he's affiliated with Dr. Jordan Peterson, Chris Williamson, Dr. David Buss. I think that's his claim to fame is he studied under Dr. David Buss, and so he's trying to make a name for himself sort of in the sphere or in his niche. Because it's not enough to just be a psychologist. You have to be a celebrity influencer psychologist. It's not enough to be a pastor. You have to be a celebrity influencer pastor. It's not enough to be fill in the blank. You get it. All right. Now, here's what I didn't know. And this was important enough for me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I'm back. This was important enough for me to put this out there. Sorry, was I off for a minute? I guess I was off for a minute. I'm going to put this up on screen because I think it's important enough to do that. And don't worry, I will take more questions in just a second. I'll take a few more questions before we go. Where is it? There it is. Man, StreamYard, please up your game, guys. This is like the first time I've ever had this level of problems with StreamYard. There we go. Can you see this? No, you can't. It keeps defaulting back to where I was. How about this? How about if I do this? Can I do this? Ah, much better. Jesus Christ. I cannot believe that this has like this level of lag. Guys. You probably can't read this. I'm just going to read it to you because I'm done with StreamYard today. Aggravation. Okay. This is normal person. I don't know who this person is. What is her? Her. Okay. There's only this is probably a new account. She follows me on Twitter, but I thought this was fascinating. I think she probably follows me because I was giving William Costello shit for his research methods, because during the course of his research, he was actually paying the incels on the largest incel communities to participate in his survey. And I understand that, trust me, I have a degree in freaking behavioral psychology. I understand how research methods go, and I understand that. I get it. And sometimes they do pay participants to participate in a survey, but usually that's live in person on a college campus. This is different. He's surveying people online. And if you want to make money and you want to keep making money, it could, for all we know, it could be the same person taking the same test over and over and over again to get more money out of this. And essentially what William Costello is doing is he's bankrolling very cheaply, I might add, his master's thesis so that he can get, he's a PhD student, sorry, his doctoral thesis so that he can step up into the ranks of Dr. David Buss. Evolution. Okay. So William Costello, PhD student of Dr. David Buss, Evolutionary Psych Lab, MSc Psych, Evolution and Culture. I guess maybe that's one of his papers. I'm not really sure. Anyways, these are his accolades. This is his shit right here. Now, normal person says this: if we ignore the obvious argument that nobody actually cared, I'm going to bring this full circle. So track with me here. If we ignore the obvious argument that nobody actually cares about this research, that still leaves the big glaring question that none of your team seems to want to answer or seems to want to address. 1, why did you fail to disclose the government counterterrorism grant funding behind this study? Perhaps an even better question is, why did government counterterrorism agencies fund this study in the first place? This isn't ethical. This is 2. Isn't it unethical that you paid, or rather the UK government paid, study participants from the incels.is forums, considering that a significant number of them are self-proclaimed grape and PC advocates, or CP advocates. I can't say that word. 3, Dr. Thomas told me that your research is intended to establish what incels believe accurately, but the incel.is forum, where the vast majority of your data comes from, is not representative of incels at all. That well has long been poisoned by shit posters, actual terrorists posting with the intent of inciting domestic terror attacks, and even other researchers, federal agents who pose as normal users on the forum. Incels.is is the most extreme segment of the incel community and almost certainly the least representative. The study should have either redefined its focus as incels from a common internet forum or excluded members of this forum from the study altogether as outliers. It would appear then that you used a non-representative sample to draw conclusions about your target population. Defend your study design, which will probably never happen because nobody knows who this person is. Dr. Thomas told me, number 4, Dr. Thomas told me that he was unaware that the person he publicly thanked for helping your team with this study and the owner of incel.is, LaMarcus Small, also runs a website that encourages and even promotes self-deletion and links to self-deletion individuals up with sellers of poison. To be honest, it is offensive that we are expected to believe this because, one, there is currently a major international news story centered around a seller on the website named Kenneth Law. He is said to have hundreds or even thousands of victims, including teenagers. Two, your study website links to Nama Kate's Incel podcast, which has multiple episodes in which she defends this very same self-deletion website. You have appeared on this podcast and appear to know Nama in a personal capacity. You have you checked on her lately, by the way? nice doom prediction there. 3, LaMarcus Small's self-deletion encouragement website is advertised to incels on his forum, an apparent effort to funnel the more fatalistic members over there. How do you address the possibility of casual interference with regard to mental health findings due to this cross-pollination? If we are to believe that the authors of this study were unaware of this intrinsic and, quite frankly, evil connection, then you lack the basic knowledge of the study environment necessary to conduct this study. You are a PhD. You are PhD researchers. You didn't simply overlook these glaring design flaws. You are well aware of every point above, which is why Dr. Thomas deleted all of his tweets when I called him out a few weeks ago. Here is the archive of that conversation. It's on, actually, I think it's on Wayback Machine. Why are you lying about the purpose of this study? In what capacity did you share data with government counterterrorism agencies? Why are these same agencies paying terrorists, rapists, and let's say CP enthusiasts to participate in your study? Doesn't that technically mean that the taxpayers paid these people? Why are you collaborating with and thanking a man who is at the center of an international investigation regarding the advertisement of poison and self-deletion people, who is likely responsible for the deaths of thousands of people? Well, we don't know that for sure. Thank you for addressing the concerns of the public rather than blocking me and hide. Of course, he ends up blocking her and hiding my overall respectful comment. The public ultimately funds these studies and are therefore responsible for holding governments and NGOs accountable and demanding transparency when concerns arise due to sketchy government-funded psychological studies. Tagging others who have ignored my request. Okay, that's just the people that way. The APA was in there too. She already. I actually responded to this person. I'm going to say she because you got a female avatar. But anyways, and of course, William Costello blocks her later. Of course. Am I off? Am I back? I am back. There we go. So. Okay. All right, we'll come. I forget. I thought I dropped this. I thought I dropped the feed there for a minute. Let's see. Anybody else? Gosh, why does everybody, like all my friends, all the people who like want to get in touch with me, like Adam saw, I gotta in the course of this show, like, do you not know I do a show on Sunday? In the course of the show, I've had Adam Sosnick hit me up. Glenn Loris has hit me up, but he's watching. Aaron Clary has hit me up, and Mike Sartain. Oh, and Tiffany has like 6 people have hit me up. Like, I have a show I gotta go to work. So yeah, so why am I throwing that one out there? Well, first of all, I think there needs to be some transparency about this guy, because this dude, William Costello, who is a doctoral candidate under Dr. David Buss, and these are the allegations that have come out. Instead of blocking this person, you need to address them, brah. Next time you go on Chris Williamson's show, I will be the first one to go and read that back to you. If I see you, I will ask as respectfully as I possibly can. I'm not trying to like confront you or anything like that, but there needs to be some transparency there. I'm not trying to defend incels. What I'm trying to defend is this idea that you're going to try to, in some way, associate incels or the red pill is this, right? We just had Alex from Datepsych, who, by the way, is also very familiar and very intimately involved, but very, locked in with William Costello, because they're using this data set as if it's fucking gospel. You want to know why? Again, why does Rollo lose his ever-living shit about this stuff? It's because the people who really need the help get blocked by asshats like this who discredit the whole thing. That's why. You want to know why Alex from Datepsych is asking for like your opinion on the red pill? Your bad opinions on the red pill? Oh, but maybe if you throw in a few good ones and neutral ones, that's okay too. I try to do things fair. Dude, you do not try to do things fair. Neither does Mac and Murphy. Neither does freaking William Costello. He'll block you for even asking those very uncomfortable. He asks the wrong questions. Like, that's what gets me. Like, people want to say, oh, the red pill this, red pill that. Evolutionary psychology. They don't have the breadth of field, the depth of field to be giving out this life or this self-help, this information. They shouldn't be influencers, yada yada yada. And that guy is. He's gonna get a fucking doctorate. He's trying. That's his whole thing. His whole thing is built on that. You answer those questions, or you're gonna have an asterisk by those freaking that study. This is my book, anyways. But these are the people. Again, Candace Owens, Lauren Chen, William Costello, apparently too, because all these guys want to find some end around to say, well, those red pill guys, they don't know anything about what they're talking about. Even fucking Destiny, like, oh, they don't know what the stats are. No, dude, I do, and we did address that. We did address divorce stats. We did address like some uncomfortable stats during that whole show. And no, it wasn't just the Mike Sartain show either. I got several clips like of me running a table with you, but you don't show those ones because your ADHD audience doesn't get the yucks out of that. How do I know that? Because I go and I looked at some of the clips that let's see, Andrew Wilson just recently did an interview a panel show with Alex from Playing Fire. That was a great one. Destiny, a couple girls Angela Knight. Oh, that's a really good participant to throw in there. I don't know what the other girl with the British accent was. I don't think it's Kidology. It might have been. And then Andrew Wilson. The only reason I knew is because Mike Sartain was in it too. And they just sidelined Mike Sartain the whole time. He was just there as window dressing. You want to know why I was kind of in a pissy mood, probably in the first 5 minutes of Access Vegas. And so was, I think Mike was too. Because he just got done doing 2.5 hours with these guys. And pretty much all it was just this back and forth, bullshit fest. And, granted, I kind of like Andrew Wilson, but it's non-productive anymore. The people who have openly, publicly declared that their goal is to bring down red pill guys. Their goal is to get people like, I don't know, Myron and I don't know this for sure, but to get people off the air. Let's just say that. Somebody had to report them for that last third strike. I don't know who, but somebody did. I'll let you connect the dots. But there are people who are actively working against what the red pill has been building, well, at least in my case, for 22 some odd years, right? So when I lose my shit and I'm like, well, do I need to get the handwritten note again? I already just gave you the confidence in the safety net one. Who wants to take the over under on this one? I'm going to put $10 on the table. I'm going to say this. Alex from Datepsych will never quote a single comment from confidence in the safety net. Guaranteed. Nobody wants that bet? I didn't think you did. And Andrew Wilson, you owe me $10 for the toxic masculinity quip on that show. Don't pay me though. Make a donation to GraySave, as you guys should too. That's my charity of choice. Is my Greyhound rescue site. If you are wondering what GraySave is, just type in GraySave in the Google, and you'll get GraySave. GREYSAVE. You can go to donate, and you can donate. You can actually donate to individual dogs if you want to. But please, it's people wonder why. Well, he goes to Babes in Toyland just because he wants to rub elbows with, like, Kindly Myers and Maya Sofield and God knows whoever else. I'm like, well, yeah, but it's also for like animal rescue, and it is in my wheelhouse. So, and I've been doing it for a long time. Everybody knows Ned. Everyone loves Ned. If you want to give me $10 for Ned's college fund, you can do so anytime you'd like. Keep him off the pole. Keep him off of OnlyFans, one super chat at a time. Anyways, so I'm again emphasizing all of this because if I want people to pay attention to not me, but the situation that's going on, like the changes that are going on. I think accurately, I predicted that the Manosphere would not look like it does in 2020, August of 2023. If anything, it happened earlier. Now I'm going to give you another one. So here's my next prediction. My next prediction is that the moralists and the Save the West people and the blank slatists are going to go to war. We're going to war. They're not really, but they're going to go into the culture war. In fact, that you can't even get a Tim Pool episode right now that doesn't have. Tim Pool, you better do this before I do, because I'm going to go get culture war. And I'm going to put a registered trademark on it. I'm going to put on some t-shirts, and then I'm going to take you to court when you use my term culture war if you don't do it first, because that's where it's going. Why would I do that? Because it's going to be very profitable in the next, 11 months. You want to be a millionaire? Rollo tells you how to be a millionaire. Register the phrase culture war or culture warrior, whatever it is. Slap it on a t-shirt, put it on a keychain, put it on a My Pillow or some shit like that. Sell it on Fox News and you'll make $1 billion. But limited time only. You'd think I'd be all about it too. But it's the new hustle. Everybody wants to throw Andrew Tate under the bus because that's yesterday's news. Now it's the culture. We got to save the West, man. Moral degeneracy. Okay. But you don't want to have a conversation about it. And I also want to point one other thing out that I think is glaringly obvious to my classroom here. Is that the same people who gave me and Myron all this bullshit on all kinds of shit about like how we wanted to bring girls in and cherry pick them. And I mentioned this earlier, but I need to finish it up here at the end. They're the same people who are on those shows now. Now it's okay. Pointing fingers at Candace Owens, going on there and being they're the moral majority. Right. Now it's okay to go on whatever podcast and go, you're a hoe, you're a 304, you're a ratchet bitch, you're a promiscuous slut, you're this and whatever, because the Lord, finger wagging right now. Because why is that? Because the narrative has shifted. Now we're in the moralistic phase. So before, Myron and Fresh and Roll Tomas and whoever's doing this kind of format, they're pieces of shit. Those guys are pieces of shit. But it's different when Michael Knowles goes on and does the same thing. It's different when Matt Walsh does his What is a Woman documentary and pretty much has the same format. You know what that is? What's the format? It's to get the wokesy person backed into have them paint themselves into a logical, ideological corner until they castle themselves and leave the show and leave the interview. That's a Frank Castling. How many interviews in the What is a Woman documentary did Matt Walsh do where the interviewee, I think this interview is over, I'm out of here. How many of the, count them? That's a castling. It's the same format, but it's okay when freaking Matt Walsh does it, and it's not okay when Myron Gaines does it. Now it's no. Because Myron Gaines doesn't work for like Daily Wire or PragerU. It's okay when it's not okay when Rollo Tomasi and Mike Sartain have like some really interesting discussions with some porn stars who are very down to earth, great people, by the way, and goes off to Wet Republic or goes hangs out with on Babes in Toyland, which is a charity thing and so good networking thing, by the way. And Men of Action is a fantastic organization too. But it's not okay when we do that. But when Candace Owens shows up on whatever podcast, then it's fine. Lauren Chen wants to throw rocks at Rollo. Talk to those red pill guys. Rollo Tomasi says that everybody needs to have vasectomy. So I'm like the Oprah of vasectomies. So a vasectomy for you and every I can't even say it. A vasectomy for you, a vasectomy for you, a vasectomy for you. Everybody gets a vasectomy, right? I'm the Oprah Winfrey of vasectomies. I'm a red pill guy. You can throw rocks at me. That's fine. But you still showed up in Santa Barbara for 4.5 hours to look like a bump on a log. That says you might as well write grifter across your forehead. How am I the asshole? You're the one that sat there silent, well, practically silent for like 4.5 hours with the same ratchet 304s that you give Myron and Fresh shit for. You give us shit for. Hell, I'll even say Purple Pill Podcast. Now that's okay. But it's okay now because the moralists are doing it. Oh, am I a griper now? Oh, can we just cut the shit? Like, here's the thing. You can call me names all day long. I'm good with that. But like, Sammy, go boot those guys. I don't have time to do this. Tomato. Like, what time is it? Okay, we're 4 hours in. I can address this now. I do have a big cock. Thank you very much. It's a little too big. It's not gigantic. It's just a little too big. That's the right answer. Why is it tomato? Because I call myself Rollo Tomasi. Oh, that sounds like tomato. Very funny. Keep it up. Like this is like what you do with your very limited amount of time and oxygen and calories available to you on planet Earth. This seems like a good use of your time. Does it? You could be writing the next great American novel. You could be here. This is great. God, this reminded me of this. Okay. So the same people, like Candace Owens or Ben Shapiro. Oh, he's a groiper. Matt Walsh. Anybody in the sort of like the moral sphere, they all have the same byline. Like I said, remember I said about the syndicate, the byline. Well, one of those bylines is men are directionless. Men need God and Jesus and whatever, Allah or Odin or Krishna. I don't care. Men need to find a purpose. Men don't have a purpose. Men don't have meaning in their lives. How dare Rollo suggest avoiding family, avoiding getting a vasectomy?
I don't chase booty.
Yeah. Because I'm the boogeyman. I'm easy. There ain't no boogeyman. Nobody gets paid. But here's the funny thing is when I see those influencers, I guess I don't even know what the hell to call them. Brett Cooper's good. Another one. Brett Cooper, Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Andrew Klavan, and I don't even really want to mention him in the same sentence, but who else? Lauren Chen. Name your favorite schmuck on. I speak Yiddish too. Yeah, totally. Yeah, and here's my gang signs that are actually Masonic hand signals. Any of those guys who throw that byline out about how men are directionless and how they're pointless and they live they're rudderless in life, right? And we got to do something to sort of corral them. All it is an effort in like getting votes or suppressing votes is really what it is. And it's laughable because votes really don't make that much difference anymore. What? No, they don't. But what gets me is I disagree. I think men today have even more purpose and more duty and more drive and are more enthusiastic than they've ever been in any age prior to this. Completely 180 degree opposite opinion of them. I think guys today have never been more motivated. You know why? Because you guys in the trolling me in the chat right now, you prove it. Your dedication and your duty, you will go and burn calories and you will burn lean tissue into the night, man. Burning the midnight oil, following me, doing everything you possibly can, riding my dick, riding the other guys who are telling you to ride my dick. You go to the extra mile. You go to the efforts that any generation before you never would have done. Your purpose is me. Your purpose is anything that has to do with me. Your purpose is fucking with people who are just associated with me. That to me is dedication. You have more conviction than 90% of the religious people I know. And you're dedicated to it so much that you'll go and put tomato after tomato after tomato from VeggieTales in my chat. You will create new accounts after you've been deleted. In fact, you probably have a gang of accounts that go, oh, that one got banned. Okay, let's go to the next one. Go to the next one. I got 80 accounts. I'm going to get him. Ha, 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 until he acknowledges me. I'm acknowledging you. Now, imagine if you took that energy and that effort and you put it into the gym, you put it into your business, you put it into anything else, really. You put it into any personal endeavor. I don't care what it is. It doesn't have to be anything that I would be into. You could chess. Playing your video games, wouldn't that not putting that level of energy and effort into something else outside of yourself? Like, would that not be more productive? I think you guys are an untapped resource. I think you guys are like a battery that is just waiting to be, to be put into some kind of, I don't know, device. I think you guys are like a fleshlight. I think you guys, I salute you. And your purpose and your sense of drive. I salute you, gentlemen. Frog guy John. There's yours. Hamadou Sai, whatever. Come on, give me some more. Come on. It's the end of the show. You can do whatever the hell you want. Come on, troll me. Give me more. I love it. You got, dude, let me tell you something. You got to put them into like an appliance. I don't know what that appliance is, but like there's a battery and trolls are a battery. You want to come? Hey, let's go troll Rollo. I've been doing this for 4 hours and now you decided. Why? Where were you at 1 p.m.? I make it public that 4 p.m. Eastern. You could have been doing this for 4 hours. You need to step up your game, man. Those are rookie numbers. Get them fucking numbers up there. Troll me more. Come on. Is that all you got? No. I think you guys are way more motivated. I give you credit. I salute you Gen Z loser trolls. I just think you're underappreciated. You need to you need to take that energy and redirect it to something that's creative. God, imagine if you took the amount of energy and drive and enthusiasm and everything and calling me a grape, or I don't even know how to pronounce it, whatever it is that your guys call whatever elves, whatever the fuck it is. Imagine you took that and you redirected that. Here, oh, very good. Thank you, Fire Chat. If I could, I'd put you on. Fire Chatter. Bravo. Give that guy a fucking bone, man. Bravo. Where's the rest of you guys? Come on. Bring it. Yes. Thank you, Matt. Creative discontent. Imagine if you had taken all of that effort. See, I don't believe for 1 second that men are unmotivated. I don't believe that. They're just unincentivized. They're uninspired. They want to do something. They want to troll the chat. They'll go to the ends of the earth. Hey, is Rollo on now? Yeah. Imagine this. They're in a Discord, right? Or they're on Reddit. Hey, Rollo's on, isn't he? It's Sunday, right? Yeah. Well, he's almost done. We better get over there quick. It's 4:00 or it's 5:17 here. He's 4 hours in. He's going to stop the show pretty soon. We better get out there. You guys are late. You guys should do that. Why not? Why haven't you done that? Oh, I love that. Oh, here's you go. What haven't you done? I haven't effed. You can say fuck, really. It's okay. This is my show. I haven't fucked in 4 years. Should I focus 100% on business? No, you should focus on money, muscles, and game. Both all at the same time. Focus on the one that you have the most deficit on first, but don't neglect the others for the sake of the other one, for the one. There you go. There's your $2 troll chat. Maybe he was serious. It's hard for me to figure out who's serious and who's not. Derek Nelson, I'm going to read these last here. She stated going to the gym. Oh, you're gym guy. Okay, gym girl. Stated that going to the gym on her own, but I'm good if she doesn't, though. Okay. I can't give you like its evaluation in this short time. I think I processed it okay. I won't stay on her if she doesn't. Okay, good. So you're gonna give up like a prime piece of ass if she doesn't go to an all girls gym. All right, well, you do you. Back on Dios. I've seen the whore mate myth in action. It ain't no myth. The whore mate myth. Do you mean like the Madonna whore myth? Madonna whore dynamic? Yeah. Elena, Barre in chat helped. Oh, good. Thank you, Elaine. See, my proteges are already helping you. See, it's a collective effort here. She started going out to the gym of Blue, which is maybe why it made me question, and I already emailed you and nothing. Okay. All right, don't worry about it, dude. I will come, Derek, now that I know your name, I will look for it in my inbox. Do you know Tiffany from Hot Crazy Matrix? Tiffany? I only know one Tiffany. And you will soon. Tiffany from the Hot Crazy Matrix. No, I don't know her personally. I only know one Tiffany, and she ain't it. In fact, you guys will probably know who I'm talking about. Okay, are we good? Let's see. We're good. Do you have any hair on your head? I am balding at 17. I have lots of hair on my head. If you would like to go see that hair and stroke off to my luxurious dark mane, that yes, I do dye my hair. Oh, does he dye his hair? Yeah. If I did, it would look like, if I didn't, it would look like my scruff here. What's he trying to look younger? Yes. Yes, I am. Go look at my Instagram and you'll understand why. It's kind of what I do. Why is he so yoked? It's kind of what I do. Because it's funny. Hey man, you have a sick tat. I do. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hey man, you have a sick tat and an awesome head. I'm glad you enjoy my head. These are great. Oh, this is so fucking good. Rollo Bros, we're back. Oh, Rollo Bros. No, that's Rollo's Roughnecks. Come sucking Rollo meat. Rollo, what's going on, man? Oh, that sounds genuine. Oh, these are great. Responding to my haters. That will be this clip that. The fact that you take this so seriously is how you got publicly tricked by two of the dumbest women in these circles. I didn't get tricked. I would also point out that the trick was I would say 4 week. They want to say is a troll, right? No, it wasn't a trick. It wasn't a troll. It was politics of personal destruction. And don't worry, we're good. We're good. Let's see. You're bald. Would you like to say you know what I should do? I think people would probably like this. I have done shows with my hat off. I have this because of this, right? If you ever watch Myron Gaines, do you remember there was the before Myron Gaines and the after Myron Gaines? Now what I mean is like the after the hair transplant surgery. You know, it's funny. You know what would happen? Here's what would happen. Well, the reason why most people, like guys on podcasts who have to wear like headsets, they're either bald, they wear a hat, or they wear a beanie like me, right? Well, there's a reason for that. Look at Myron Gaines' head. Okay, that's number one. So, do I like to wear a hat? Do I wear a beanie everywhere? Yes, I do. That's my look. That's how I do it. Oh, you look like Bret Michaels. Why do you dress up like a pirate? Because I'm dressing for the job I want. Arr. Well, here's the thing is what gets me is like, why do people, this is the funniest thing. I have gone to like, if you go and you look at my Instagram right now, there's several pictures of me with my hat off. You can go anytime you want. I have banned pictures of me with my hat off. Okay. Oh, those were when you were young. No, they're like only from like a year ago, maybe 2020. I have pictures of me at Jackson Maximus from 2022. So with my hat off because I was getting fitted for a suit. But whatever. I'm honestly, I don't give two shits about what you think. But here's the thing: is like the minute I take my hat off, like people go, I think he's bald. He should take the hat off. Okay, so I take the hat off, take some pictures. He looks like a lesbian. What is he, Caitlyn Jenner? That's the next thing. It's like I can't win with you asshats. So, Wandering Warrior Rollo, stick with our Gen X Conan. What is best? Conan, what is best in life? Philosophy when it comes to these haters from both sides. Yeah. Trust me, I have outlasted all your predecessors, and I shall outlast you too. Rollo's Roughnecks ready for battle and war. I'm still trying to find a supplier for the dog tags right now. I have one that I think might work, but the problem is it's not actually finding somebody to produce the dog tags. It's getting fulfillment for them right now. If you can produce custom dog tags, I want to talk to you. I would like to. Here's how I want. Okay, I have to get. Maybe I wasn't specific enough on the last time. I want to do the dog tag chain with the dog tag, like a standard military version. I can't imagine they're difficult to find. I mean, if they're custom, fine, they are. But I want to be able to put like the logo, like a logo, like a Rollo's Roughnecks logo, and then dogs are barking. And then I want to be able to, like, if you want your name on there, I put the name on, like, and maybe a number or some shit like that. I just need to be able to do something like that and then have you fulfill the order. That's what I'm looking for. Because I could do all this, but I could do nothing else but this. And I have enough irons in the fire already. Swallow. Yes, I'm very swallowed today. No one gives a shit about the Cucksmurf. You won't care about him probably in another... certainly by March of next year. I think I thought it was kind of ironic because I heard him talking shit about Zerka, and he goes, Zerka will disappear in the next like 6 months or something like that. And I go, that's longer than it'll take for you to disappear. Because you'll notice that there's a common theme here that's been going on. And this is my final summation, so I'm done after this. But you'll notice that the people who are coming at the Manosphere right now, who used to be part of it, now they're showing now the mask is falling off. William Costello, Alex from SuperChat. I got to make his specifics there. Like anybody who sort of wants to find some, like their life's mission, besides the people in the chat, their life's mission is to like find some way to like bring down the Manosphere or bring down the personalities that are in the Manosphere. And that only played for a limited amount of time because we're moving on to the culture war narrative. So that's why I say a guy like the Cucksmurf, like Zerka will have a longer shelf life than Destiny will probably in the next. And I mean that in the sense that he will change. They're chameleons. He'll change colors, and his color will be, I'm all about this culture war, whatever this side of the culture war is. He's going to just take that side of the fence. That's going to be his alignment. And and by the way, he's not the only one. There's going to be a lot of other people who are going to do that. There are already people doing that. Hell, even Jedediah Bila is doing it right now, which I expect from her because that was her old brand and she's kind of pivoting back to what she used to do. And by the way, more power to her. I would take her more credibly than I would a Destiny or by the way, Pearl will probably get involved in the culture war. Anybody who is like a grand mall grifter, trust me, they will pivot. That's my prediction. Watch for the pivots right now. And I'm not saying that Destiny will be like blown out of unless he really flames out, but he won't be blown out of the sphere. He won't be blown out of being off or online. He'll just start talking about other shit. In fact, he's already been on Adam Sosnick, and Adam, this was stupid. And I love you, bro. I'm saying this out of love, Adam. Don't have Destiny back on the show. Like that ship has sailed. I mean, unless you're going to talk about the culture war, then you can whatever. But like, he's already saying like, "Oh, I'm leaving the Manosphere." Well, there's a lot of people who've left the Manosphere, and the people who can do leave, and the people who can't stay. So when and again, I say this out of love for Rich Cooper because I really like him. I love him like a brother. I still do to this day. I have no problem with Rich. But if you're going to call it the Mana Swamp and you're going to say that, oh, those guys are just on the take or it's not what it used to be, and then you go and start an all-female panel show, well, you're still in the Manosphere. Same thing with the guys who like Joker. I'm leaving the Manosphere. Go look at his last like 10 video thumbnails. Like MTR, you've already heard me say this. Mediocre tutorial reviews. Whatever. I'm leaving the Manosphere. No, you're not. No, you're not. If you were going to leave, you would leave. I'll try not to be like as sort of like hostile as I was the last time I addressed this. But the thing is that like if you were going to leave, you would have left. You're still doing red pill stuff. You're just calling it something else. You can't get away. No, Rollo, you can't get away. I'm red pill adjacent. Yeah, until you want to be red pill involved. Yep. Oh, time to quit the show. Look who's here. Hold on. Wait. Look who's here. Oh, yeah. Say hi. There we go. So Ned has said that it is officially time to quit the show. Just saying. Here, Ned, say hi. Look, see, we haven't seen Ned in so long. This is where all of your tax dollars go. All of your super chat dollars goes to his college fund. He's getting his doctorate in racing technology. Oh, by the way, see this? This is the secret to making any dog happy. It's called ear therapy. Only specialized in individuals such as myself know how to do it. All right, that's good enough. All right, thank you. Are we done? Okay, I guess it's time to go for a walk. So we're done here. All right, guys. Thank you guys for watching. I will be back. When am I coming back next? Yeah, he's a big goofball. I will be doing at the very least, I will be doing a new 30-minute show by Wednesday. So I'm starting to pick up doing like straight short form videos now. So that'll be coming up. I am going to be doing some special stuff with Access Vegas coming up this week. I don't have 100% confirmation on some of this stuff, so I can't really make an announcement about it, but just stay tuned. Again, let's see. The update for the first book, the 10th anniversary version. I'm still on track. My goal is still to have it out by October. So October, I'm going to do a hardback version of the first book. Updated print will be bigger, I promise you. And corrected for syntax typos and errors and stuff like that I made back in 2013. And so I got that going on. And then the other project I have, of course, is the Maxims book that's going on. Now, here's another announcement for you. On Tuesday, I will be doing my Patreon group. You can find the link to my Patreon group in the description below. It's below the fold, so you have to click more and then go down, and you can join the Patreon group. If you want to talk to me, especially, what was your name, dude, who was asking me about your gym girl? What was his name? I can't remember. Anyways, if you want to have a discussion with me, you should join that group, and then I'll be doing that Tuesday. That will be at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. I limit it to 25 guys. We're at 12 right now. So we're starting to bounce back from the summer months. So if you want to get in, now's the time to get in. I do it once a month. It is a 2-hour Zoom call. You have access to ask me any question. And then you can also ask a panel of guys there. It's much more, it's not like we don't have like hundreds of guys there. It's only limited to 25. And right now there's only 12. So if you want to be a part of that, please hit the button there. I am also involved in the affiliate. I am an affiliate marketer. Not sorry. For Miguel Munoz. I just did a show with him and Charlie yesterday. You might want to check that out. It's, where do we go? An hour 40. But I'll be participating in that for a little while. Probably for the next 4 days, I think. If you want to get in on that, you can get I'll put the link. The link's already in yesterday's show, so you can check that out. I have merch. Yes, I do. I have merch. I'm still working on the Rollo's Roughnecks dog tags. Again, if somebody knows how to do fulfillment for that, I'm all ears. But I have new merch on the Access Vegas site. So there's new logoed apparel on the Access Vegas channel, which is, if you follow me, you probably know where it is. But just type in Access Vegas in the search engine for YouTube, and you'll find it. There's a web store that's attached to that now, and you'll see all the logoed apparel there. If you want to get a logo there will be logoed apparel for this channel coming up probably Wednesday or Thursday of this week. And I also have logoed apparel for Rule Zero, and I'm still deciding on what kind of tchotchkes I want to put it on. I mean, it's just logoing stuff, but I'm the only one that gets to use the logo with the fly, so that's me. And then Trial of Ascension, we are in the middle of recording, or we will be very soon. And there's going to be new merch for my band. So look forward to that as well. And I will see you guys later. Thank you for watching. Also, go over to my Instagram and you can check out the photos from Babes in Toyland and from Friday's Wet Republic bikini contest, if that's your thing. I had a lot of fun. I think a lot of everybody else had fun. I'm going to get these last real quick here. Okay, I got to Wandering Warrior. Abbas Mohammed. The reason why the red pill isn't recognizable is because the blue-haired cuck and he somehow keeps getting invited to these spaces way too much, and why I don't get why. Well, I'll tell you why. Because he's always invited by people who want to ride his clout. And he only gets clout because he talks shit and he works behind the scenes. As I said, that Jasmine Jafar, or whatever her name was, she's a protege. Like it's like Destiny's Angels. Like Charlie's Angels is like Destiny's Angels. Matter of fact, Destiny's on the same show as Angela Knight when they're going up against like Andrew Wilson and Mike Sartain and everything. There's a reason why those individuals are chosen, because they're all behind the scenes. They're all like suck each other off. Hey Rollo, why do you plan on checking out the new Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2 when it gets out? I might buy a console just to play it. I don't have a console right now. I play it on my whenever I play video games, I usually play real-time strategy, but I might make an exception for that because I played the old one, the Space Marine 1. I think it was on PlayStation or something. Great game. I would definitely be into it. I liked playing Dawn of War. That was great because it was a real-time strategy. It was had more of the Warhammer feel to it. And by the way, yes, I am way into 10th edition. I might even be doing some real games. Speaking of games, I am the game master, the dungeon master, if you will, of a game of a role-playing game, well, D&D, old school AD&D, like Gygaxi and like first edition D&D. And I play it with guys from the Masculine Geek podcast. I do it probably every other week or every third week when I can, when I'm not in Vegas. And I won't be this Wednesday. So I will be on with them. It will be at 6 p.m. Pacific, so 9 p.m. Eastern time. Look up Masculine Geek. And if that's your thing, if that's your stick, then definitely follow Vince and follow TJ and follow all the people that are on there. Jack Napier occasionally has been in with us. Ryan Stone plays with us as well. He's now a character in my campaign. So if that's your thing, we play for 2 hours, and it's only 2 hours. Your commitment is 2 hours. If you want to watch the thing, you could actually be in the chat. I think we're going to do memberships or something like that. It's starting to get real popular. So we want to just like make sure we can focus on the game and not have to worry too much about the chat. But that will be Masculine Geek. That'll be on Wednesday, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. So that's coming. That's what I have coming up in the next like 3 or 4 days. So you guys can come and dork out with me. But yeah. Oh, as far as the new 40K is fantastic. And John McGill, thank you for that €1 you gave me. I think that should be it. Can I tell you guys one really funny story? My wife does Rollo watch Lisa Sparks? No, dumbass. It's not Lisa Sparks. It's CJ Sparks, you fucking morons. CJ Sparks. Go look up CJ Sparks. Not Lisa Sparks, CJ Sparks. Get it right. See, this is the thing. You have all this all this boundless energy. You just get it wrong. You're a poor marksman. CJ Sparks. Primo Rose, here's your homework. Go look up CJ Sparks. See, you even used it as the thing. That's CJ. It's not Lisa. Guys, you can't even troll, right? I got a story for you before I go, though. I was at this, and this floored me. I swear to God, it had nothing to do with this. I was in the judge's booth that was behind the DJ at Wet Republic on Friday, and I was doing, corralling the judges and everything, and hanging out with the girls and hanging out with guys. It was fun. It was a very good time. And I'm hanging out because we had to sequester the judges, for a little bit. And the DJ's playing like sort of mix, you know, like remixes, and I don't say house music, but you know, it's basically a big pool party. It's might as well be like Zouk, but outside in a pool. That's pretty much what it is. And I'm listening to the DJ, and he's doing a pretty decent job of doing what he's doing. And God damn it, if Jevani Sanders didn't come on as a part of the mix. And Jevani, if you're watching, as God is my witness, this happened. Okay. He's got like 3 new songs out there on Spotify. Go check them out. I'm going to play our standard outro here in just a second. I couldn't believe it. Because I heard like because he does kind of like a rap rock thing, almost sounds like kind of Limp Bizkit-ish in one of the songs. And the DJ sampled that section and put it into the mix, into the beat that he was doing. I'm like, and I instantly called Jevani. I'm like, holy shit, dude, there's a dude here remixing your shit. And it was him. It was his original stuff. It wasn't like a remix of a remix or like a sample of something else. It was Jevani Sanders shit in Vegas at the Wed Republic pool party. I was like, I absolutely could not believe it. It was insane. So yeah, fucking amazing. And that's why I always, and by the way, if you know Jevani, or if you don't know Jevani, do me a favor, like encourage him to come out to Vegas. Let Vegas sell Jevani on Vegas, because I couldn't believe it. I am very rarely surprised by shit. I was just surprised by that, and it was just I don't know. I was floored that somebody I knew, like, and I don't know how this guy would have known him, but it was. I mean, it's a good break too, but it was fantastic. It was amazing. So guys, thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you. Sooner or later, this thing is going to show up because my thing is off. There we go. And I think that's going to be it for today. I'll see you guys later. And as soon as this stupid overlay comes up, here, I'll just give it to you right now.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me.